Hello there, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. If this is your first time here, my name is Alex, also known as the Traveler of Places. And on Thursdays, we like to play some story games, which this week we're going to take a little bit of a break from Spiritfarer and do something a little special, I think. Because we're going to be playing The Beginner's Guide. Am I here? I'm here. The Beginner's Guide. Now, quick rundown of what this is going to be. This game's about 90 minutes long, which we usually stream for about 4-ish hours, so the rest of the time is hopefully going to be filled with the Stanley Parable. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, everything goes well. Now, this game... Actually, before we go into that, I'm just going to double check that my sound works. Fingers crossed, everything goes well. Yes, everything sounds working. Fantastic. So, this game is really special, I think. This is one of the games, if you wanted to prove that games were a form of art, I would direct you to this game. I recommend all creative people in any field, but especially if you're in game dev, play this game every so often because it is so inspirational. It talks about sort of the mindset of being creative in these sort of industries. And yeah, like how to navigate all that. So, I love this game. I've played it twice in my life, not for a few years, so it is still fresh for me. Chat, I love you. I'm absolutely going to be responding to you, but I'm also going to be trying to direct all the things that I'm saying towards the game. Golden Shadow Productions, hello, welcome! Stanley Parable is one of my all-time favorites, and I'm only going to give you one piece of advice. For your first playthrough, listen to the narrator. You'll know what I mean. Fantastic! I will do that. Yes, I will do it. Thank you so much. Yes, so, on that, Stanley Parable, I'm happy to talk all kinds of crap. Not a problem. But for the beginner's guide, because I think it is genuinely important, I'm absolutely going to be responding to chat, but I'm also going to be trying to direct conversation back to the game. Because I do think its writing is incredible. So, with that, Golden Shadow Productions, welcome. Glad you could make it. Hope you're going really well. And we're going to begin. Dun dun dun. Oh, also, this is done through voiceover, which I don't control. So, I'm going to be speaking in between him. Hello, Morpra! Welcome! How's it going? Alright, where is he?
Hi there.
Hey.
Thank you very much for playing The Beginner's Guide. My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story, today I'm going to tell you about a series of events that happened between 2008 and 2011.
All right, hold up one sec. I'm going to pause the music as well. We're going to play this without music. Wow. I agree. I remember watching videos of this years ago, and it's what made me want to get into storytelling because I remember this being so powerful. It is incredible. Also, I'm just going to double check that sound works. Maybe I want to get into... Hello, Morpra! Where is he?
Pretty absurd story.
Awesome. The sound is working. Fantastic. We're going to continue.
We're going to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike.
Ooh.
You can walk around here, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level.
Ooh.
And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town, and instead this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean, not that they're all fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So, it's 2008, Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet, he just makes them and then immediately abandons them and they sit on his computer forever. And I think he really understood this image of himself as a recluse. At one point, he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder.
That's so brutal.
So, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped.
Oh.
In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since. And that's why I've taken this opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again.
Yeah.
And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda. So thanks for joining me on this. If you have a particular interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or if you just need to get in touch, you can email me at daveyWreden@gmail.com. Okay, that's about it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game.
Ooh.
As each game is loading, I'll show you the date that it was completed. This first one was made in November 2008.
Loading, November 2008. All right, I'm going to pause this quickly. Mumra, just so you know, I'm going to be directing most of what I'm saying towards this game because this game is fantastic. Like, the story in this is incredible. You're a creative person, Mumra. I recommend you watch this. You might actually, this might mean a lot. I've not met a creative person that doesn't mean a lot to. I am going to be responding, though, just so you know. Sounds like me with my stories that I think about it, except that I haven't stopped writing and just kept growing and growing. Fantastic, yes! Keep growing. We can do this. But yeah, I'm not going to be speaking over this guy. Just for those who just joined. Whisper machine. Ooh, gun. Gun. What's happening? This way. Okay.
This game is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
Blocked. Shoot. What am I shooting? What? Getting lost. Pretty. Door. Get through the door, quick. Can I get through the door? Can I not get through the door?
It looks like this game was abandoned mid-development.
Very possible.
For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere. But then clearly there are no enemies anywhere.
Oh.
You can't even reload the gun when you run out of bullets.
Can I get through the door?
But ultimately we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
There we go. That's the door.
I love how you can see the bottom of the universe from this room.
That's really cool. I love... One thing I've noticed every time I've played this, the things that the narrator likes about Coda's games, they're all of the rough edges, right? Like, he loves that you can see the bottom of the universe. Any game dev would try and remove that, but that's what Davey likes about it, that it's a little bit raw. He likes that there's the boxes floating in midair and the colors don't quite match and it doesn't actually seem like a desert town. It's just a little bit raw, and that's what he's responding to. Which anyone in the creative fields would be like, I want to remove all of that, but no, that's actually kind of what makes it human. And it's kind of lovely. Also, like, these smears on the glass so you can actually see the glass is a good idea. Alright, can we... Door? Door! Maze? Maze?
Apparently this space station has a labyrinth on it.
Sure.
Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it.
Thank you. Aha! Through we go.
Okay, this is the part that's interesting. The game has this narrative about the whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Ooh, engine room. Pretty.
Hey, you there, in the engine room. You could save us all. That beam is powering the whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you give yourself?
I feel like there's other things we could put in the beam. Like, I was holding a gun a few seconds ago. It makes sense. Rough edges in any creative project shows that it's human, exactly. The flaws that shows that an actual person made this, which is also important in the era of generative AI. Yeah, absolutely. There's a thing they found. I'm also going to tell stories as we go through this.
This is not a branching point, unfortunately. The only option is to step into the beam.
Fine. I want to tell a story first. I'm going to pause that. Tell the story first. There's a thing when they were doing stop motion. I don't think it was for Wallace and Gromit. I think it was for, but one of the other projects by the Wallace and Gromit guys. It might have been Pirates, Band of Misfits. They realized that the thumbprints on the clay, people liked them. And they tried so hard to get rid of the thumbprints on the clay, but it didn't feel right anymore. It didn't feel real. And that's what people wanted. They wanted just that little bit of the rough edges. That's what people were responding to, as well as like the comedy and such. And so I find that kind of amazing and kind of lovely. All right, into the beam. Oh, we did. We so did.
Let me pause here for a second.
Okay.
What you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level. But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. And this is what happens instead.
Oh. Okay, we're back. So we go back in. Ooh. Oh. That's beautiful. I forgot about that.
The beam causes you to start floating. And this is an important moment for him. Because yes, this is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it. Like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system. Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've just had to traverse. I don't even know. I have no idea what he was thinking, but what's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
Okay. Loading, November 2008. Okay, and... oh. I think that's why I like fan fiction so much. It's raw, it's ugly sometimes, there are errors, there are little glitches, sometimes it's silly, sometimes it's an opportunity for future storytelling. It's human at its very core, absolutely. I can't move. Oh. Right.
Yep. In this game, you can only walk backwards.
Huh. I've forgotten a lot of this game. The past was behind her. Nope. And... oop. Ah! But the future could not be seen.
So it's a short and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative.
Yeah.
It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused, more complete. Coda's trying to give it a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope.
Why does the future keep changing? This way? Ah! When she stops and looks, it becomes clearer. This is a really good idea for a game, actually. A game where you can't see which way you're going. You can only go backwards. But if the future is always behind her, how will she find the strength to confront it? Whether you have to face it forwards at last.
It's a short little thought.
That's
it
really
says
good.
what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Loading, November 2008. That was very, like... when art actually has a purpose, like it's trying to actually say something, that's what that felt like. Also, I'm just going to do something. Can I do something where I can actually see? I cannot. Okay. Cool. You are now entering. Dun dun dun, into the night we go. What's out here? Oh.
And that's it.
Okay.
Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
I will be patient. Loading, December 2008. Nonsense in
Oftentimes,
nearly
Coda
every
would
direction.
put bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games.
Also, for context, this was released in 2015.
I wish I'd known him at the time that he was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, like, that was it. It was dead to him. And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah. So yeah, for context, this game was released 2015, so 2011 when Coda supposedly disappears is not 14 years ago, it's like 4 years ago. So, a little bit more recent. The giant towers. What's over here? Can we explore?
I know it's tempting, but there's actually nothing over here. Sorry.
Oh. I like that he coded that in knowing someone would do that. I'm guessing a lot of people did that. Stairway to heaven. All that area feels like something that belongs in Backroom, not the current Backroom, that wacky, more earlier one that just eerie and stuff. Yes, absolutely. It's all just a little bit off in lovely ways. Oh, I can't move.
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens.
Okay.
So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
Boom. So fast. Ooh. 3 hours. Collect items that the game automatically quits when you collect them all. Ooh. A game of only motivational quotes after one after the other when the player cannot move.
A room that's warm and nice and filled with little ideas for games.
Aww. You play as a loud, bodiless sound walking around confusing people. You start in a small
Coda would
room.
often tell me that he didn't mind if people thought of him as cold or distant.
Aww.
He said that he knew that he was actually a vibrant and compassionate person, but that it takes time to really see that. It can be a very slow climb to get there.
A button where you press to stop the chaos that doesn't work. Press U to surrender. That's brutal. Loading January 2009. Ready, set, fish. Let us go fishing. Fish! Oh, no fish. I'm seeing a distinct lacking in fish. Very lacking in fish. Oh. Now we're in the back rooms. And okay. Ooh.
Well, this is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it.
Okay, so click that. It opened. And I click that. And it closed. So I think the solution was open. There's nothing else here, is there? Nope. Close and then run! Now we are trapped. Ooh, not trapped. Aha.
Don't forget that solution, because we're going to see this puzzle again soon. We're gonna see it a lot.
What is this? What is this? It's a little face. It's a little dude. Like staring out from the walls. Aw, hey little dude. Have a good day, little dude. This feels nice. Alright, where...
So that seems to be it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve the puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough.
Yeah, I get that.
All right, now I'm going to modify the game again so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
Okay. Oh, wow. Whoa. Whoa. That's beautiful.
How about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea. So, in the Stairs game, a dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world. Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or even that you're missing anything. That's not your role as a player. So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
January 2009. That was beautiful and almost tear-jerking. That was, and it's such a simple idea. I wonder when the backroom started. Does it have any link to the game? I think backroom, I'm not sure. I don't think it's from this. I think that's from SCP. You are now exiting! Wait, so we were entering before and now we're exiting.
Aha. So, this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells us that Coda believes his games are connected somehow.
Okay,
It
I get
could
that.
even be that the stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game. There's a bigger picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in, some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once we have, we can step back and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
Okay, I get that. March 2009, so about a year in. The Great and Lovely Descent. Ooh. The White Room. Dun dun dun. Very big white room.
Let's talk about video game development for a second.
Yeah.
Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development. To make all of these games, Coda is using an engine called Source.
Good engine.
Like all engines, Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly. One of the things that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because he's working with what the engine does well.
Okay, ooh, hello. That's not long
The tools
corridors.
available to the creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making.
Very true.
You might consider paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
Yeah, if anyone is getting into game dev, the best idea is to come up with an idea and then find an engine that will fit that idea, not the other way around, unless you only have access to one engine. In 2015, Source is one of the few engines that are like easily accessible because it's in so many games. But dead. But yeah, depending on what you're making will drastically change what engine you decide to use. But idea first, engine second, rather than the other way around. Unless you just happen to have an engine lying around and you just want to play with it. That's also entirely valid. Ooh. This is cool. Also, I will say, so yeah, I've played this twice since it came out. Like 10 years, I've played this twice. I have never managed to get down that without falling. Not once. It's one of the few things I remember from this game is never managing that. Ooh. Okay. Not foreboding at all. That circular stair, I'm pretty sure that one room and back room is also like that. Maybe. I don't know the back rooms, unfortunately. This is terrifying. Where are we? Oh, okay, we're here. Okay. Nope, we're trapped. Okay, can I go in here? Very trapped. Okay. Cool. Not foreboding at all. Okay, I'm guessing we can't go that way. Can't go that way. We have to get into the pen. Okay.
This prison, funny enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go.
Huh.
If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Davey. You're very friendly. Down. Okay.
This is something that he and I used to argue about a lot. You know, whether a game ought to actually be playable, whether it means anything if no one can get through it. And I would always defend that, you know, all this work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else. Believe me, I played every single one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere. There wasn't.
Okay. On the one hand, that's sassy as hell and I love it. On the other hand, dude is so dedicated to his relationship with Coda that he played every one of the empty games. That's really impressive, actually. In an actual mainstream game area, this would be a scream, danger, danger, something important, possibly boss battle, incoming, danger, danger. Yes, absolutely. Especially if there was like a health pack beforehand, you're like, oh, that's death right there. We're gonna die. But also on the idea of accessibility, or accessible games versus non-accessible games, it depends what you're after. If you just want to make a thing, it doesn't need an audience. But if you want to say a thing then an audience needs to be able to receive it. There is nothing wrong with carving a statue that no one sees, or writing a story that no one reads, because you got to make it. Yeah? Like, that is entirely valid, if that's what you want to do. Also, you don't have to market any of your creations. You can just make things for yourself and never release them if that's what you want to do. Entirely valid. Down we go! Further down. Also, that glass, that shader is just like 2 shades down, but it looks like actual glass. Especially for the time, that's really impressive. And then we're suddenly outside! I swear the tower was taller than that. I'm seeing some TARDIS kind of crap happening there. Bigger on the inside. You know? That's definitely bigger than that. I call shenanigans. I know this
puzzle again, with the exact same solution as the last time.
I find that the best games are the ones that are thoroughly unapologetic, the ones that don't care if they get mainstream appeal. They're niche and they embrace that fact. Absolutely, that's why indie is so cool. This is indie. But also, yeah, indie, you don't need to make back $100 million. You can just make a thing to make a thing, and you can make some really cool, weird stuff. The problem with blockbusters, I'm going to hold off before doing this. The problem with blockbuster films and blockbuster games, and like all the things that cost $500 million to make, is that they then need to earn $500 million, so you can't go niche. You need to go broad, which waters down a lot of the cool stuff. It's one of the problems with the industry. When you get to that size, you've got no choice. But if you're small and you've only spent $10 on it and 2 years of your life, you can do whatever you want, because it's your 2 years. Open! And, oh, I need to... And run! Yep. And open. Also, these dust clouds. Actual dust clouds. Nice.
There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
Please do. If you ever walk down a corridor where this kind of a slit is in the sky, it is kind of beautiful, where you get all of this like absolutely harsh concrete, but nature and the sun just pushes through. It's kind of lovely. Red walls, always a good sign. Where are we now? Ooh. Welcome to American Idol. You there? Did you come up from above?
Coda begins using a kind of dialogue system that he fashioned out of the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to respond.
And indies unapologetically wear their inspirations on their sleeve. Dead Cells made an entire DLC that's a love letter to Castlevania as an example. Absolutely, yeah, which is very cool. You can actually like credit things like that. They are games made by fans for fans, and there's something kind of beautiful about that. I agree, that is lovely. Fanfiction does that as well, like very directly. Like it's the whole point. And it's just kind of nice that they say, we like this thing, so we will put effort into making something like it. You there, did you come from up above? What was up there? 1, yes, there was a world stamped with whiteness. Yes, there was an enormous prison I spent hours in. Yes, there were these floating colored blocks. I'm gonna go world stamped with whiteness. That was the most outside point we had. That's the world above. You've been there. Now, this is important. Did you have to get through a puzzle with 2 doors and switches? 1, yes, I did. That was literally the last thing I did before coming in here. 2, no, I don't remember having to go through any puzzle. 3, I prefer not to tell you. After all, we only just met. I'll be honest. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That was literally the last thing I did before coming here. Again, perfect. Now please, tell us how you solved it. Tell us the solution. Tell us how to get to the other side. 1, I don't remember how I solved it. I'm trying to remember, but I can't. 2, I didn't solve it. Someone else let me in. 3, trust me, you don't want to go over there. None of those are true. None of those are true. So what I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna say I don't remember. I don't remember how I solved it. You must think harder, please! Try to remember! It is so important that we get out of here. We must escape this prison. Can you think harder? There must be something more. Please tell us how to reach the end. It's also really cool that you can tell who's speaking by the heads that turn. That's a really clever way to do that. Fireplace! Okay, thanks. See you guys. Thanks for being judges on the panel. Oh, here we go again. Hello, how did you get here? Was there a puzzle you had to pass through? 1, yes, do you want to know how to solve it? 2, no, I've been right here this entire time. I've been here the whole time. Sam Reich. I'll be honest. Yes, do you want to know how to solve it? No, we actually find the black space between the doors to be far more interesting. Have you seen it yet? 1, why would I care about the space between the doors? 2, actually now you mention it, I remember feeling strange as I passed through it. 3, I don't recall the space between the doors. They were right up against each other. I'm gonna say strange feeling. Speak. Don't think too hard about it. You'll see it again soon. That's ominous as all hell. Oh, door. You will see the darkness again soon. Fear not. Oh, can I go? Down we go. Yeah, that was incredibly ominous, but kind of cool. The head-turning thing.
And so we make one last descent down to the final floor of the level.
Ooh. So yeah, the head-turning thing, like when you don't have different voices or voices at all, and you can't put speech bubbles above characters, that's a really clever way to just show who it is that's talking. Also, ominous long hallway. Dun 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 dun. Ooh, that's on the title screen, I think.
It's a lamppost. Okay, I can't tell you quite why, but for some reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost. It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out. I'll tell you what I think. I think that up to this point, he's been making really strange and abstract games with no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long. Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something. He wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination.
Yeah, I get that.
We're going to see it in the work as well. His games are just going to become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and clearer and clearer.
Cool. Okay, the darkness descends. Loading April 2009. This game is connected to the internet. Oh, okay. As you walk around, you can leave notes. Cool. All notes you see are left by other players. Okay. Oh. Empty room, sky, note. Ooh. Nice room. Not. Fair enough. Kinda mean.
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're gonna see have been written by Coda.
Oh.
This was actually the first game of his that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy, trying to get his attention. I was over-enthusiastic. But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me.
Can you guys hear
and
me?
I cooled off eventually.
Aww. Hello! This is a lot of notes. So Coda just walked around.
Oh, feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them.
Oh, thank you.
Either way, to me they convey a sense of loneliness.
Yeah.
I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and unheard voices in a game that wasn't meant to be played.
I want to tell you a secret. Once upon a time, I did...
But it's ironic, isn't it? That in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing. I could just get to know you through your work. I think this is why I always liked Coda's games so much, is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
Oh, it's really sweet. Seeing that a character with an established telepathy and said telepathy is the only way to communicate, yet it needs to rotate its head 90 degrees to 180 degrees would be quite something. That would be quite something, yeah. A free t-shirt! But also, yeah, imagine you've built this level. Hold up, let's go back to... You've built this level, and then you just walk around writing notes to yourself, like leaving sticky notes around your own house, expecting no one will ever read them. That is very lonely. But maybe it helped them. It's like journaling. It can help. Someday I will meet the person who made this. Hello. I help people because of the internal good feeling I get. Ooh. New room! New room! Okay, I'm gonna skip a lot of these. What's that one? A game where you leave notes and suddenly everyone's a poet. Yeah. That's a cool painting. That's a very cool painting. Dude's an artist. What is that painting? Good question. It does not matter if you ever get over there. But can we get over there? I would like to. I want to see the painting. This is a note? This is a note. Don't listen to the other notes, but I want to. Maybe? I'm not safe. Okay, yeah, if you play someone's game where they're essentially walking around their own house leaving sticky notes to themselves, and you see that, that's a deal. That's a whole deal. Pretty painting. Stop faking it. Again, writing to themselves. Art. Art! Hey guys, how's it going? Just hanging. Help, I am trying to speak. And instead I am typing. We will all die someday. Stop pretending you are other people. Again, writing notes to themselves. Spoiler, it doesn't mean anything. With the art, I guess. The art could mean whatever you want. Could mean many thoughts in the same head, many voices in the same world, or anything else. Devil Tower Star. Huh. Inside of the ground? He was himself the most horrible creature he could imagine. Again, messages to themselves. Whole deal. Whole deal. Well, I'm here now. Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm here now. Yeah, we're all here now. I'm not safe when it's essentially the same person is either just random note or something very concerning. Yeah. Yeah, it is. There must be a reason for it, though. His terrible secret, he kept it well. I beat the game! Oh, you beat the game. Nicely done. More room? More.
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again. And here, I'll tell you what I think the puzzle means. Each of these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the next one.
That one escape needn't escape. That, again, a deal. I've seen everything. I've traveled the world. I have never told anyone. Aww. It's really hard to live a lie. I wish there were notes in the real world. I mean, there are sticky notes. Sticky notes are actually a thing. I mean, they're not glowing, but you could paint them in glow-in-the-dark paint. Become one with the spiraling nonsense. The spiraling nonsense into the lava! Oh, and also the sound design has added all of these whispers, all of these voices that are like talking over each other. And they might actually be saying real words, but I can't tell. Downward, keep digging!
In each of his games, after exploring a theme that, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on.
That's a really good idea. Like, if you ever deal with something that's incredibly painful, writing it all down in a new notebook and then closing the notebook, and it's done. It's out of your system. If you go to therapy and you talk it all out, that's part of what therapy is allowing you to enunciate and get out of your system these ideas that you've not been able to say to anyone else, or that maybe you have and they not necessarily had useful reactions. This art is a form of therapy. There's an idea that depression helps art. That is absolute crap. Art helps depression. In a world that does not have therapy, because therapy is an incredibly recent idea, art is one of the ways that we can express and deal with emotions that don't necessarily make sense. And this kind of feels like this person is going through some stuff and is actually like working through it and using this as a means, like the door to be able to move past a thing that their head otherwise can't move past. I'm almost certain by like 2050 or something there will be some sort of note like hanging around in the neighborhood to see through a camera of specific apps and hand phone or some new technology. Yeah, it's going to be like eye lenses and such. Does this puzzle have a solution? It does! Oh my god, I've been here for literally like an hour. What do I do? Help! Help! This doesn't make sense. Second door won't open. That's more of a concern. Shit, how do you solve it? Developer, answers please. Dunno?
And because there's this dark area between the doors, a space between spaces, before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment, a few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here. To step back and connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
Yeah. The idea that you can actually just sit in the dark, take a moment, breathe, get yourself ready. And then, when you are ready, you move on. Orange! Very orange. Okay, that sounds like typewriter. Many typewriters. How do you leave notes? At this point, I feel like you've solved that conundrum. Oh. All of the note takers. All of the voices. Are you there? Please say something. It can be anything. I just need you to say something. Talk to me, please. Why are you having such difficulty talking? Speak, 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 speak. Ah. May to June 2009. Born's House died too.
Okay, this one is tough.
Ooh.
It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for a few minutes. Hang with it.
Okay. So, we're in a room, there's bars, there's a little well outside, the beautiful clouds. Look at that. That is gorgeous. That's a very good backdrop matte painting. Ooh, what's over there? I see more level over there. Can you reach over there? Ooh, okay, door. Ooh, that's pretty. Glary texture. Okay, nice little picture. I wonder where that is. That shine is nice. Do. Do. Pretty. Oh, wait, we're back here.
See, like, this is it. The whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway. Except, for some reason, Coda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
And pause that. Also, that place that we just ended up was the same ground texture as the exiting game. So that's sort of like he was exiting, or maybe entering, that idea. I remember that game the most as it really kind of links my whole interpretation of the game's theme as a whole. But I'll wait until we get to the very end for spoiler reasons. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. The note game, I should clarify. Yes. Yeah, I like all of the voices going over the top of each other and everyone, him leaving notes to himself. And yeah, absolutely. We will discuss towards the end. But yes, that one did always stick with me a lot more than a lot of the others. Hey. What furniture ought to be in the center of the room? A TV with surround sound, a refrigerator, or put a giant hole in the ground. I don't want a giant hole. Put a giant hole in the ground. That's not a hole. It's the opposite of a hole. Okay, now, what about along the wall of the room? Let's put a huge picture of a horse. I'd really like a washing machine. 10 stoves lined up along the wall. Picture of a horse. Ooh, that's not a picture of a horse. I want the horsey. Oh, I think we should light up this room a bit. Absolutely. A skylight, full ceiling window. Let's open this baby up. I'm thinking a 10 by 12 recessed electric 6-inch soft LED ceiling lights with fluorescent trim. Or 3, we'll put live Tesla coils in each corner. Yeah. Let's go live Tesla coils. Cause hell yeah. Not a Tesla coil. Not a Tesla coil. And a table. You need a table. We already have a table. You gave us one. Who are you? Where exactly are you doing this from? I'm pretty sure none of my choices are making any difference. Tables were invented in 1935. 1934, people just like put their cups on the ground. Yeah, everything was just on the ground. No tables existed. I'm gonna say, who are you? Where exactly are you doing this from? Table. Oh.
There's a bit more to this one, but still, it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake.
I mean, I think that does have something in it.
Okay, he throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
Okay. What is safety? Yeah. But also, like, you fill up the room with your own things, which are not necessarily your choice, and then behind the scenes is a world full of more things. I think that does have something to say. Hello, please walk forward. I'm walking forward. The guide will enable you to escape any prison environment. Cool, okay. Follow the instructions carefully. Take care that you remember each step. First, click on this table. Hey, a little dude friend. Aww. First, click on this table. Okay. Ooh, it's gone. Scary. Good. Go over to the photo frame and click to turn it slightly. Photo frame is over there. Boom. Now turn the floor lamp in this room off and turn it back on. Okay. You. And you. Aha. Now go to the left side sofa. Move it over a little. Boom. Finally, touch the shelves. Very interesting escape plans. That's it. In a real prison, the escape will now open. Return to the start and be taken back to your prison. Okay. Back into the white space. We are now guaranteed prison escapees. Return. Let's go escape a prison. Huh.
And of course, now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape.
That's unfortunate.
Here's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside. Let me just blink you real quick through a few more of these. I mean, he really unloaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop, that particular mechanism of defense against yourself. Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going, and then he hits on something.
Ooh.
And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons. This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
Okay. Also, just pausing before he talks again. this is not necessarily him unraveling through his work. This is actually possibly someone going, this idea isn't quite fitting. I'm going to try a bunch of different ideas, because they seem fairly simple to make, these games the code has created. Well, not simple, but like you can bash them together without too much. Like, it's not going to take you a few months each one. It's going to take you like a few days each one. So you can make like 10 or 12 of them in fairly short order and then figure out what you actually want to do with each one. It's a way of concepting. At least I think. Maybe. Also, the white space now makes me remember the Alone, Alone, I'm Forever Alone episode of SpongeBob. Nice. I've not seen that. But I could totally agree. Okay, we're outside. And the music has basically stopped. Except for the crickets and the night. And we're in a maze? Is this a hedge maze? Can I jump? Whoa! Wait, hold up. We're in a hedge maze. Without much maze. Ominous telephone booth? I was going to say the white space reminds me of the Matrix. Yes, actually I could... yes. It reminds me of just photo panorama. Because when you go under them, the world just goes white. Ooh, where are we? Hello? Who is this? Hey, it's me. I'm you from after you escaped the prison. Oh, okay. Still Coda talking to themselves. You're me? Dun dun. So you were trapped in the prison too? Yep, I was in the furniture maze. Yep, I was in the escape tutorial.
It's a conversation.
Yep, I was in the reverse prison.
And so this is what Coda wants, is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his mind, and to get some good advice from someone who knows.
That's where I am right now.
But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. All of these games so far are Coda talking to himself.
Yep. That's where I am. I was in the furniture maze. That's where I am right now. Oh, I'm so glad to know that I get out eventually. What's it like to escape? 1. Actually, I'm already forgetting what being in prison was like. Moving on. 2. It's strange, but in a way, I kind of miss being in the prison. That is institutionalism, which is very dangerous. And very unfortunately true. It feels like being completely still and wildly in motion at the same time. I think 3 is interesting. Wildly in motion at the same time. Do you feel any different? Sometimes I'm scared I'll get out and things will be exactly the same as before. And, okay, if this is Coda talking to himself, like getting out of a mental illness and then being afraid that nothing will change, like life won't get better without this thing, is a real vibe. It's not true, but it's a very common fear. You're trapped in a prison too. I'm gonna more concerned the fact that the person on the other side just said, "Hey, I'm you from the future." Yeah, they're both concerning. But also, yes, not even questioning that. 1, no, I'm really the same person now as I was back then. Or 2, it actually does change. I don't feel like the same person at all. So when you get out of mental illness, every aspect of life changes you. So I'm going to say yes, it does change. Because you're not trapped, you actually get to be yourself again. Oh, good! That's so nice to hear. That makes me feel really happy. Age just kind of does that, 2, I'm still me, but I'm not somehow. It's hard to describe. Or 3, remember to enjoy being who you are right now. It won't last. Ooh, okay. Enjoying who you are right now, it won't last. That's true, but that sounds much more ominous than it actually is. Because everyone changes, everyone grows up, everyone sort of improves and learns from their mistakes and gets forward in life. The current you won't last, but a new, more experienced you will take over. Which sounds scary, and it is scary, but it is also like not a bad thing. It's scary in the way that like an adventure is scary, but you still do the adventure because it's fun. I'm gonna go with 3 actually. Yeah, I think I agree with 3. Wait, if you're me, then did you get a call from another version of you when you were trapped? It's not lost to me that Coda is a programmer, someone who uses code. Ironic, yes. I just read the R as 8, and I'm getting way more concerned than I should be. Valid. Wait, if you're me, then did you get a call from another version of you when you were trapped? No, I think I'm the first person to call back. Okay, breaking the time loop. Yes, I did get a call. That's how I escaped. Ooh, I'm going to tell the truth. No, I think I'm the first person to call back. Then can you tell me how to get out? Maybe I can come find you. What do I have to do? To get out, all you have to do is be sincere. To get out, you need to tell me how you feel right now. To get out, just talk with me for a bit. Ooh, okay. If you called your previous self, you probably want to chat for a while, right? Or, thing is, 2 and 3 are basically the same option. Like, you want to chat for a bit, but you want to see how you feel right now. I'm gonna go 2. You need to tell me how you feel right now. What? That will free me? How does that work? Listen, you can't know until you're out, but I promise you it works. 2, just tell me how you feel. 3, it will make sense. 1, you can't know until you're out, but I promise it works. Okay, I feel afraid that nothing will ever change. Go on. Yeah? Oh, is that it?
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games.
Oh.
After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be so lovely. August 2009. Yeah, someone
So
who...
what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself?
Yeah, having someone who has guaranteed knowledge of your future, knows exactly, like, it's not even like you're talking to a therapist who, like, they have qualifications, but maybe you don't know my exact situation, maybe you're not qualified for that. But someone from your future knows 100% what you're about to go through and went through it and is like the most qualified
person. To me, this
person.
environment is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the 2 doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
Says the other door. House. Well, my goodness, I'm glad as whole heck you showed up. I thought I might have to clean this entire house all by myself. And right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows lonesome hands make lousy homes. Time travel therapy would
You'll notice that
make
the
a fortune,
quality
yes.
of the art is a step up from previous games,
Yeah.
including this new and improved chat system, which he started using from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
Yeah. Talk to someone other than himself shows a very horror-looking area. Yeah, basically. Concerning. But time travel therapy would absolutely make a fortune. Imagine being able to therapize yourself. Like, yeah. 1, don't worry about me. A place this nice, I'll be glad to stay here all night. And lousy homes make homelessness. Are we cleaning this whole place? Let's say 3. Are we cleaning this whole place? That's the story, little one. Oh, don't you worry now. We'll be through this mess in no time. I promise you'll wish there was more. Why don't I finish up here? In the meantime, could you please clear the table? Okay. Clear the table. Ooh, Insta. Much nicer. That's the table I want to see. Now, would you please run to the bedroom and make the bed? Bedroom? Ooh, also, that shader is gorgeous. It's really hard to get felt like that. Make the bed. Boom. While you're in there, why don't you straighten the rug a bit? All the little details matter. Straighten out the rug. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? How did you end up doing this job? It's been a long time since I've seen a house this messy. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? Well, I don't enjoy it as much as I need it. While I'm working, I feel kind of calm that rests in the pit of my ribcage. My soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems. Which I guess is about all that matters. That and a tidy couch. Would you straighten the pillows on the sofa out here? Straighten the pillows. Boom! Oh dear, looks like someone spilled a drink over by the couch. Maybe mop that up as long as you're over there? Let's fix that. feel compelled to share an incredibly cheesy personal insight. You okay with that? This feels like Coda has made a mental cleaner, basically. Like someone in their own head that is like dealing with their problems. And they're the small bits, but it still helps, and it's just the ability to put things in order mentally. Make it especially cheesy, yeah, I'll try and get by. Do you absolutely have to? I think make it especially cheesy. Need all the cheese. Gonna tell me the thing? No, oh, why not? No, it was stupid, sorry, never mind. No, come on. Wait, can I move? Gotta tell me. Hey, these dishes need to be washed. Why don't you come and do that? You want to tell me the thing? You can tell me the thing if you want. I'm happy to listen. No, that's 100% true. Busy work really helps clean the mind sometimes, keep it organized. Absolutely. There's a thing, it was in one of the series of Avatar, I think, where sometimes the only way to fix your own problems is by helping someone else. And that someone else can be your house, putting things in order so that it feels neater. Like, you can be the someone else. You can't solve a relationship that's falling apart, but you can solve the dirty dishes, and you'll still feel a little bit better. Wash the dishes. Last I checked, the tub needed a cleaning. How about you scrub it down as best you can? No need to be perfect, we're all just human. That line there, no need to be perfect, we're all just human. To a creative person that is constantly making games and is probably a bit of a perfectionist. Like, yeah. Scrub the tub. Are there still books scattered on the floor in the bedroom? If so, would you put them back on the shelf? Come on, move. There we go. Fixing. Also, as someone who has placed books in 3D space, that would have taken so long to place all those. Perfect. Now then, how about you come and clear these dishes off the table?
After the intense set of prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing.
It does.
It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you, and eventually cohere into something meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. Seriously, this one feels like a somewhat contradiction. On one hand, how it feels somewhat nice, but contrast lighting, sheer eeriness and stuff made me feel like something that shouldn't be there would show up just at the edge of the monitor. That's entirely valid, especially if you've been trained on horror games. The outside is very much a horror game aesthetic. But yeah, I get where that's coming from. As a reader, seeing books on the floor hurts my soul so much. Entirely valid. Now then, how about you come and clean these dishes off the table? House cleaning is so difficult. How do you do it? Are all houses this easy to clean? Do these chores ever end? 2. Are all houses this easy to clean? Darling, let me tell you something. In your lifetime, you're going to clean a lot of houses. And among all those, a few of them will stick out as truly wonderful, beautiful experiences. And none of them will be the ones that were easy. Just something to think about.
I like this game. Of all his work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it.
Oh.
This was during a period of a few months where he was like grossly happy all the time. Just walked around with a constant smile on his face.
Oh, that's really nice. Just something to think about while you smooth out the rug in the bedroom. Also, if you ever see someone who has been like seriously depressed suddenly become very happy, that's not always a good thing. Just useful safety tip. Keep an eye on those people. It's not necessarily a bad thing. They might have gotten a lot better, but also that can be a sign that they've decided that they're done. Just, yeah, PSA. Straighten out the rug. Looks like the tub has gotten rather dirty. Would you mind tidying it up a bit? I like that this is just a series of very easy to do chores, and it feels like you can just keep going forever for as long as you need to do this. It's very meditative. Oh. Earlier, when I said I had a really cheesy thought, I was going to say that it occurs to me that one's house is a lot like one's soul. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. don't know why it felt so weird about saying that. They're done. Yes, they're done as in they're intending to take themselves out. When people who are in the absolute bottom of depression decide that they don't want to carry on anymore, then it can feel like a weight is off of them, and they can get incredibly happy. And everyone else around them goes, oh, they're better. Finally, the problem's over. We're done. Fantastic. And then they get found like a day later. And they call the police and book a funeral. Yeah. Sorry that got kind of dark, but this game does kind of go in these directions. Trigger warning, I probably should have said at the beginning. But yeah, it is worth knowing if anyone is in your life that has major depression, just keep an eye out for that. I get it, that's a long thing. That's a weird thing to say to someone you just met. Yeah, you're right, that's pretty cheesy, but there's a bit of truth in it, no? No, there's a bit of truth in it, no? Anyway, so, housekeeping. Let's keep doing this. The books, would you please clean up the books? Thanks. What they're also doing, they're only causing tasks to reset in rooms that you're not in. No problem, I've already watched Heard worse things anyway. Absolutely, yeah. But also, like, if anyone is listening that, it's not necessarily in the chat or is recorded, because this is recorded on YouTube, if you're watching later on, it's just worth putting that out there. Organize the books. On the floor, not on the floor. Oh goodness, these pillows over on the couch are a real mess.
Found some peace.
Yeah. Oh goodness, those pillows over on the couch are a real mess. Would you go over and straighten them up a bit? Can't have these folks coming home to a messy couch. Okay, that's interesting. Folks coming home. So there are other people that live here, is the idea. Almost like if this were Coda's house, we're not Coda, the cleaner isn't Coda. Coda is going to come back to a neater system. ... Question.
But
do you enjoy
course,
this?
It can't last.
Oh.
The music stops, your companion is gone,
but
it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well. Again, you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
Yeah, very true. But also, like, they were about to ask the question, do you enjoy this? I kind of want to know what he was going to say. You know, what did Coda type into that? Oh, okay. And this is, that's very horror aesthetic. Okay, back to the door. Do. And the light post.
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it.
Items you love at members-only prices.
This one gets a bit goofy.
Ooh. Due to the context of the game, I wouldn't be worried about folks coming home remark, but if any other game, one that especially have horror tags on, I'm preparing for something. Yeah, like creatures or anything. Why did you come here today? Was it to improve your life? Was it to get a better job? Was it to make your relationships more meaningful? No. No? You came here to become perfect! That's concerning. Oh, over here now. This workshop is going to teach you how to be perfect. I want your friends, the people in your life, to look at you and think, wow, this person is a better human being than I am. That's so incredibly toxic. Right now, who do you think about that way in your own life? Who do you know that is so well developed as a person that they make you feel disgusted with yourself? Compared to whom you feel useless, selfish, ungrateful. I intend to make you into that person. That's a terrible idea. Perfection is within your grasp. Perfection is pointless. And the question is not how we do it, but how we do it effortlessly. This is easy. It is so easy. It is so
About halfway
easy.
through the game, the perspective shifts.
Oh! Hi! That's really pretty. Being perfect is effortless. This is the key. How do I...
You play as the teacher. suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are.
Oh.
Oh, and also you can move around the classroom now.
Oh, hi. This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort? On the way to work, I told an elderly person to start contributing to society. Kids should not follow their dreams. I don't agree with either of those ones. This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort? Well, let me tell you this right now. If it isn't effortless, then it's not the right answer. I still love you. It's just that you make me feel cold on the inside. Being alone must be awful. What happens if we go 2? Okay. Thank goodness all of you perceive me as being wise and intelligent. Drinking is not hurting my life. If you're ever saying that, it probably is. If you are torturing yourself trying to find the right solutions for your life, you're not doing it right. I mean, that on one level, actually, like, you shouldn't torture yourself. There is a certain amount of, like, negative effects from putting in effort, like, you know, when you, say, work out at the gym or something, you know, or your muscles feel sore. There's, like, equivalents of that in every aspect of life. And it's good to avoid burnout and injury, but there is still, like, you shouldn't actually, like, break yourself, so let's do that one. Do you understand that you won't be happy until you love me? This is for you. Okay. I'm kind of worried about what this is going to make me say. Seek out only one thing. What is the easiest, simplest path forward? That's not necessarily the worst idea. Not the best idea, but, like, path of least resistance towards an idea is not... It's a start of a plan. Ooh, I'm developing assist. Gross. Let's go with that. Path of least resistance. Perfection is literally impossible as human. You know what? Black hole is like perfection. I can accept that, lol. Perfection of sheer gravitational force. I can agree with that. Just kidding. And didn't want to do some... You don't want to do some E after this? No. There is no truth. There is no path. That's nice and brutal. There is no truth. There is no path. What if I'm not a good teacher? Do what is easiest. Do what is simplest. Feel what is true. Holy shit, you guys. Something is coming out of the back of the room. Look out! Absolutely that one. That's really pretty as well. Nothing, no one. It's coming for you. Going to destroy you. Everyone run, run. That one.
I felt pretty hard for this one. I feel like it's one of the most
Perfection.
relatable experiences that you can have.
Yeah.
To assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way, and completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human.
Yeah.
I think about this game a lot these days.
Aww. That is really clever. January 2010, so we've got like a year and a half left. Stage. Ooh.
This one took a lot longer than all the others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one. That's twice as long as it took him to make any other game before this, and it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I found that a little strange at the time.
Whoa, this is beautiful. Ah! Light. All right, the performance is beginning. Places, please. In this scene, you'll be playing as me. We're at a gathering of professionals. That's not a good sign. First, you'll start out leaning against this wall. Okay. Yep. Good. Stay right there. The woman across the room. In this chair is a professional photographer of animals. It's your dream to photograph animals professionally. This is your one chance to learn something from her, to gain something, to succeed. Go on. Say something to her. There's no such thing as one chance in life. Like, there are good opportunities, but there will always be another opportunity that you can either find or create. Like, there is no one path to anything. Me, professional, I'd rather be the wall. Incredibly valid. Incredibly valid. So I have to leave. Where's the bathroom? Hello. Hello. Hello? That's it? That's not a conversation. It's a conversation starter. You need to actually converse with her. Be a human being. Do it again. I'm super scared right now. If you go up to someone and say, I'm super scared right now, that's not a good opener. I like you is also not a good opener. Here are all of my hopes and dreams. Again, not a good opener. But I'm going to say one maybe because they're all kind of bad options. No, that's not what I said to her at all. You're completely missing the tone of the conversation. I was reserved, but I knew what I wanted. I was confident. For some reason, it was just that one moment. I was just that one moment, but I was confident. Maybe it's that you need a better feel of the setting. There were a lot of people around us. I'll give you some props to work with. These cones that bounce when you touch them will represent the people nearby. Now, talk to her again. There are no single actual openers, lol. Yes, absolutely. You must have worked really hard to get where you are. I'll bet you learn to lean into the pain. What? What are some sacrifices you've had to make? They're not going to tell you either of those. You must have worked really hard to get where you are. That's the closest one to being a human. You're messing it all up again. No, that one's actually not bad. After you've actually said hello and such. You'll freak her out if your conversation gets too personal that quickly. Do you not realize how important this was for me? Oh, I missed the rest of that. I want to try something. Try stepping back from the stage. Oh. Okay. We're back here now. Nice wood texture. Okay, so we long, dark hallway of the soul. Whoa! Huh. That's a gate. That's a fence. It's a wall. Okay, nice light post. So if we keep going this way, something else gonna happen. Huh. Okay, yes. Now this is working.
Ends with
this is what it
eerie
was like.
premonition of what's going to happen next in Coda's life.
Huh.
The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase success, the answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago, where it just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself from the world.
Kinda,
and that
yeah.
wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect.
Yeah.
To connect with this person. To bring him closer. But what can you do? After this, Coda went off and took another 5 months to make a new game.
That was brutal. June 2010. Mobius Trip. To play this game properly, you must keep your eyes closed. Click to begin the game. Okay. Gonna close my eyes. Not actually gonna close my eyes, because that would be kind of silly. What's going on? Blind? Oh, everyone else is blind. Can we do anything? Help, I'm blind, I can't see anything. What's going on? 3. What's going on? There was a giant door, and then my vision went black. Please, someone talk to me. Please tell me how to solve this. Please don't let this be forever. Let's be forever. Can't you do something? Can't you fix this? I can try. I need to find my supplies. Blind, medical. Ooh. Ah! Okay. Can't see anything. Are we going to run into the door?
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already. It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Oh. There is a solution. What's this? Oh. Elevator. Hey. Truth. The only way to stop it is to speak to someone that is honest. Person with creative energy, I can't keep it. Okay. Quick, down we go. By down, I mean up. Help, I'm blind. Need to get up here quickly before we run into the door. The only way to stop it is to speak something that is honest. I'm bursting with creative energy. I can't keep making these. My work is always fun. I can't keep making these. That's it. That's the truth. Ooh, that's brutal. I don't feel it anymore. I'm out of ideas. It's
like I
draining
said,
me.
I was getting concerned. First off, he's never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So
Yeah.
where's that coming from? But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet for him. Not like he's having trouble iterating on ideas, but he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like, you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing. Here was the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way. His games are going to get more desperate from here on out.
Yeah.
After this game, it's almost 6 months before he finishes something new.
December 2010. It's going to do this. Let's make sure of that. It's going to... Cool. Hello? Where am I? What is this? Hello? Hello? Ooh! Oh, that is beautiful. Where did this island come from? How do I get out of here? Hello, is anyone there? Hello, is anyone there? Ooh. Oh, hello. This is pretty. Is that a person? How lovely. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. What's wrong? You look lost. I think maybe we are a bit lost. I'm completely out of ideas. When I try to create, I feel empty. I have nothing left to give to my work. Ooh, that's extreme burnout. Extreme burnout is painful. I think 2. When I try to create, I feel empty. Oh no! What's happened? Did something change? There was a machine that kept me going and it stopped. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me, to start it again. Oh, so like, because Coda used to use creativity to escape. And they created like a shield, and a second world, basically, like escapism, straight up. And it protected them from the real world. But when that stopped being an escape, when it stopped protecting them, the machine stopped. Quote-unquote machine. Metaphor. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me, to start it again. 2. That's really pretty. Wait, you're looking for a machine? I think I know where it is. It isn't far. Okay. So, what? You have to take me to it. I need to see it to know why it stopped. 3. I need to see it to know why it stopped. I can take you to it, but there's a problem.
If the last game featured Coda talking explicitly about his creative frustrations, this one turns it up to 11.
Yeah.
Now, put yourself in my shoes playing this. Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even. And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore. Why? What is it for? Because from my perspective at the time and just what I knew of him, this was a result of how isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really showing these games to anyone, not releasing them onto the internet, and so he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
Yeah. Hey, I recognize this. Come on, I'll show it to you. What do you think? Hey, I recognize this. Oh, wonderful. Can you tell me how to do it? First you have to close the door, first you have to open the door, first you have to press the switch on the inside. First you have to open the door. Oh. Pretty. Oh, very pretty, actually. Now you have to close the first door, and you have to open the first door. Now you have to close the first door. Shine. Nice. All right, what's next? Now just close the first door, now to open, now press the switch here. Da-da-da, da-da-da. And we're through.
You can't talk yourself out of loneliness.
No, you can't.
It doesn't work that way. You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement. Then there's no circulation.
Oh no.
If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
Very true. Burnout is a legit thing. I can't believe I never solved it before this. Okay, here we are. What are you talking about? There's no machine here. These are just words on some walls. All the words that we said. Trust me, you'll see. You have to say that your work is fun and easy. You have to say that the game development is simple and joyous and that you love it 100% of the time. Creativity is not fun 100% of the time. Like, creating stuff takes effort and a little bit of pain and a lot of struggle. And just putting one brick down in front of the other until eventually you get a wall. Okay, making games is simple. Sure, making games is easy. Alright, making games is effortless. I'm gonna say 2. Oh! Ah, that feels wonderful. But it wasn't true. Why did the worlds just crumble? Why did I feel so awful when I said that? Yeah. Why did I feel so awful when I said that? Because you were lying. Don't worry about it. Just keep talking. Keep saying that creation is easy. Keep lying to yourself, basically. And hear the crying in the background. When I make games, I feel completely energized. When I am constantly excited and enthusiastic about my work, it is easy. It never stops being easy. 2. Ooh. These are from all the other games.
Seeing this game at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me.
It's a rage.
I was watching him
response.
do this to himself, and I hated it. I hated seeing him so trapped. It's like, video games are not worth this amount of suffering.
Yeah.
This is someone I really cared about. And I used to get so much joy out of seeing him create. For him to suddenly become angry and frustrated like this, it was the worst thing for me.
Yeah, it would be. Seeing a friend burn like this. But this is the creative equivalent of punching a punching bag. Like, you're getting your rage out. There is one thing you can do if you have a lot of rage and you're an artist is just grab a pen, a piece of paper, and scribble all of the angry drawings out, because it is a way of getting the anger out of your body. That's why art is a form of therapy. This is a form of therapy. It's not necessarily meaning they're in a good place, and I don't know how healthy this is, but it is a form of coping mechanism, I would say. Pain breezes effortlessly off of me. Any sacrifices made for my work are worth it 100% of the time. It always pays off eventually. Let's go with 3. It's not entirely true, but... Yes! More! Keep going!
This is what I felt at the time. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah.
I wanted it to stop more than anything. I had never felt so rotten. I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop.
But it's not about you. It's about Coda. And it is absolutely something to be worried about when your friend or Coda is doing this, but it doesn't matter how it makes you feel, Davey. It matters how Coda feels. It's a process. This game is literally breaking down walls. Coda coming to terms with his own emotions. Absolutely. Like all of these things are all the things of the previous games. All the notes. Sorry, I have to leave. These were the options in the last 5 or 8 games on the walls, saying that all of these creations of theirs maybe weren't always fun and were emotionally draining. There is no shame, no fear, no guilt. I will be saved by my work. I believe this unquestioningly. I am a vessel for certainty. I will be saved by my work. Oh, that looks familiar. Incredible, that's it. I'm free. I'm free. Oh, and is that Coda? Did they put themselves?
Stop. After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
Okay. May 2011. So we're nearing the end. 2011 is the last year they know each other. The Machine. That's always a good sign when you look at essentially a prison-looking prison. Look at those rocks. Ma'am, glad Glad to see you've arrived safely. We've captured the machine. It's waiting for you now. You can begin the interrogation whenever you like. I intend to be quick, I intend to be quiet, or I intend to be brutal. I'm gonna say quick. Rip a band-aid off kind of deal. Very good. Just be warned that someone called the press, so we might have a bit of attention on this one. Also, one more thing that you should know about the machine. It calls itself Coda. Okay. Yep. So we're going to interrogate Coda, or Coda's going to interrogate Coda. How did you capture the machine? Will it be punished? Do you know where the poisonous games have come from? Where is the machine now? I think it might be at the back. What have you done to the machine? What can you tell me? Do you know where the poisonous games have come from? Can you tell us? Hey, it's the 3 dots. I think.
And of course, it's the machine.
Yep. Nice textures, actually. Yep. So... you stopped. Da-da-da. You stopped feeding us, your work was keeping us alive, your work was keeping us healthy. I'm not sure if it was keeping you healthy, honestly. It might have helped with the health, but it doesn't sound like you were 100%. Keeping us alive. Your work was keeping us alive. There's people out there, can you imagine what pain you've put them through? It was only because of your creations that any of us could make it through every day. How could we possibly go back to trusting you to do this job? The creations got them through each day. So here's what needs to happen. You need to go to the people who are out there and apologize to them. You have to admit to the people that you allowed them to suffer. I've been so alone. Alone. Yeah, it's probably the truest one in this case. Apologize for leaving me. No, nothing. Think carefully. I know how to hurt you. I have seen the thing you fear. I have seen the thing you fear. Yeah? Alright then. I will apologize to the people on your behalf. Okay. Back to the press. Ooh, that's kind of pretty. My followers, my friends, Roman countrymen. I'm gonna say friends. Because these people are a part of Coda. They're meant to be, like, friends with him, right? It falls on me to deliver bad news. I have a troubling revelation. It falls on me to deliver bad news. The machine will not apologize to us. The machine refuses to admit that it deliberately hurt us. It didn't deliberately hurt you. That's just what depression can do to someone. It can remove all of the creative abilities, all of the energy that it takes to create anything. Depression saps that energy away. And that doesn't mean it's gone forever. That just means that at the moment, you can't do it. You need to take care of yourself in those times. The machine will not apologize to us. But this is not important. We are stronger than it thinks we are. We will find a way to live without it. We do not need its games. Incredibly on the nose. Not important. We are stronger than it thinks we are. We do not need its games. I think find a way to live without it, I guess. At least for a little while. Let us pay it retribution. That's not a good line. Let us show it that we are not failures. Both incredibly concerning. I guess not failures? Retribution sounds scary. Follow me, we will destroy the machine. Follow me, we will destroy everything that the machine has created. Also, real not great. Okay. I'm thinking... Destroy the creations. You can burn it all to the ground and then get back up again, but you can't burn yourself. Oh, we're here. That's not great. Didn't go fantastically last time. The door is gone. Okay. Oh, there's a gun. That's not a good thing. If I... Okay, that's... Huh. Can't destroy the ground. Okay, that's a rage response. Oh no. Oh, that feels like actually painful.
So now the work is becoming self-destructive.
Just a bit?
And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that code is stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games.
Not sure that's the
might
answer.
Get him out of isolation.
Oh,
So, as I'm thinking this, I realized that I could be the one to initiate it. Because it would never occur to Coda to start actively soliciting feedback, so what if I did it for it?
Davey.
If he could see the difference it would make to have more actual conversations with other human beings, would that bring him out of his mental spiral? Would it give him confidence in himself? Would it bring meaning back into his work?
I don't... Davey. Oh, not the nice room. No. I like the nice... Oh, that's actually a hole.
So I started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games.
No.
I brought them to people that I knew and trusted. I asked their opinions. And the great part is that they really loved his games. You know, the point of it all is just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work.
And you stole it.
There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
You stole his work. Like, if you don't have permission to hand someone's art out to someone, that's stealing. Put down your weapon. I can't move the mouse. Can't move me. Can only shoot.
Can you see why I felt like this was the right thing to do? Because it's the thing that I always feel like I need, to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When someone really connects with a thing that I've made, when they see themselves purely in my work, there's nothing that feels better.
That is a good feeling.
I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something... I really felt like I'd done something good, like I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the problem. When they told me how much they enjoyed his games, it was the best feeling. It was the absolute best feeling. It made me feel so happy.
Yeah.
So beautifully, beautifully happy.
But that doesn't help Coda. Helps you.
So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's.
Okay.
This one is called The Tower, and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
June 2011. Okay, The Tower. Okay, looking kind of alright. Coda seems to like orange, which is incredibly valid. Nice color. Okay, and this...
And this is where I have trouble saying anything meaningful about Coda's work. Because more than anything else, the tower just feels distant. It feels like it's trying to distance itself from the world.
Seems cold.
It's a very cold game.
Yeah, there we go. Took the words right out of my mouth. That's a very pretty, like, vaulted ceilings, though. If that is what vaulted ceilings means. Which way was I going? Towards that. There we go. Yeah.
This room actually has a maze in it.
Oh!
Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise. So the experience is really miserable.
Yeah.
The game goes beyond not being meant to be played. It actually seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all. But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
Okay. I believe that's the default texture. That might be why Coda likes orange, because there's the default texture in Source. Okay. That's very pretty. Very imposing, though.
And to be fair, it's not like this is the first game that's needed some modification to be playable. Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you could exit the house and the game would actually end.
Yeah.
But that game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate. What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze?
The cleaning game sounds like it was meant to be, you could be in there for as long as you wanted, just doing very simple chores and getting the satisfaction of doing the thing and just feeling better. It's a therapy game. It doesn't need to end. That's not the point of it.
The only way past this challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code. Like the invisible maze, it's frustrating to me, because it's the opposite of everything else that Coda has made. It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me, except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
Okay. 5, 6, 7, 1, 1, 1. So 1, 1, 1, and then 5. Nah! No, I gotta go back all around. No. 5. 6. 7. Ooh. Stairs go up. Stairs go up. Boom. Yeah. It's feeling very aggressive as a game. The Coda made. So we're not trapped. We can't go back to the rest.
The switch to open this door is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first 2 challenges and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely, just saying, you know, that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem. I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem.
Kind of a
but I can open this door for you, so let me do that.
Kind of sounds like a you problem, Davey, not a Coda problem. As it maybe, Davey, you need to go to some therapy.
Was I a failure for not understanding this game?
No.
I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, it sounds like Coda's not in a good place, but also Davey, like the narrator, is not necessarily doing good things or for the good reasons. He's doing things because it makes him feel better, not because it helps Coda. There's the maze. This way, I guess.
I remember. It's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time. And as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person.
Yeah.
I have no idea who this person is.
That's terrifying.
It wasn't the guy I knew. It wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them... I had been trying to, though. That was the thing. For years, I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean.
Oh, yeah, the little face.
And he wouldn't.
Great, first coder, now the narrator. Everyone seems to go to depression. Seems to be a trend. Yeah, I mean, it's just these two characters. This is very much a mental health game. Yeah. Ooh, wait. Pink neons. That is really pretty. Don't fall down. That would be very bad right now. Pretty.
I just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy.
You would be, not him.
It was that I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. But he stopped and left. And it felt somehow like I had failed.
That 2 character is the only 2 characters, so 100% depression rate, I guess. But it's very common within
I screw up?
It's very common within artistic circles to have a lot of mental health going around because art helps mental illness. So people tend to gravitate towards it because it helps. Not necessarily knowingly, but it's something that you can draw when you're depressed. You can just sort of doodle, and then you get very good at doodling because you do it a lot. Ooh. Dear Davey, thank you for your interest in my...
I'm the reason that you stopped making games, aren't I? It's because of what I did.
Yep.
I poisoned it for you.
Dear Davey, thank you for your interest in my games. I need to ask you not to speak to me anymore. Wait, is there anything else here? Yeah. So this is a message only for Davey, because Davey's the only one that could get through to this point, because he keeps changing the game so that he can continue. Meaning no one else will ever see this, because they don't go in and reprogram the game.
I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... it felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable.
I wonder at times whether you think I am making these games for you. You've so infected
And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, I felt good about myself. Finally. For a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
Dude, you've so infected my personal space that it's possible I did begin to plant solutions in my work somewhere, hidden between games. If there was an answer, a meaning, would it make you any happier? Would you stop taking my games and showing them to people against my wishes? Yeah, that's just theft. That's bad. Giving them something that is not yours to give, violating the one boundary that keeps me safe? Yeah, anonymity. Privacy. Would you stop changing my games, stop adding lampposts to them? Did he add the lampposts? Was that Davey? So that there was an end point to the games? That's like someone taking a painting of yours and painting over it, and then saying it's better.
And then you stopped, and I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing.
Would you simply let them be what they are?
What does that mean?
When I am around you, I feel physically ill. You desperately need something and I cannot give it to you. I literally do not have it. Struggling to come up with new ideas is not making me depressed. Low points are just a part of the process. It can be, yeah. The fact that you think I am frustrated or broken says more about you than about me. Yep, 100%. I realize that this doesn't make it sense to you just yet. Which is fine. You're not my problem to solve. 100%. Go Coda! Difficult to realize that point, actually. Especially for a friend. But I do hope that one day it clicks, and that you make peace with this thing you are wrestling.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself.
Maybe. And when you finally see what I am talking about, don't say anything. Yeah. Breath.
That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize to you truly and deeply, will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in. I mean, is something wrong with me?
Yeah.
Because I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your work.
Yep.
But I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict.
Yep.
There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was. I want to know how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading, and all I want is to know that I'm going to be okay.
Sounds like on keyboard, my guy, you're taking the wrong lessons from this. 100%. Yep, needed something very, very specific for something to even feel okay is very wrong. Absolutely, it is. Epilogue. Yeah, so Davey done screwed up there. Ooh. Oh, this is pretty. Hello. This is very nice. Sudden very niceness. I am concerned. Huh. This feels like a trap. Ooh, train. Train station. Yeah, it's like Central Station.
More. More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease.
David needs a therapist? Absolutely he does.
Solution.
Ooh. You're gone. It's like the train actually like moved to the next station while we were on it. It's kind of cool. Yeah, Davey, my dude, what are you doing? What did you do?
I guess if someone had told me ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate.
Now that sounds as horrid, yeah.
Have told so many people that he was depressed.
Yeah, maybe don't tell people that.
Maybe he just likes making prisons.
Some people do. Non-Euclidean train is non-Euclidean, yes. Love non-Euclidean train. But yeah, some people just like making their
Even
little thing.
now, the disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
No, gotta own up to it. You did the thing. But maybe stop showing Coda stuff to people in a released game. Are we in the dark? Okay. Ceiling, low ceiling. Oh, I can feel that low ceiling. Where are we going? Towards the light. Yeah, Davey, what you done? What have you done, Davey?
If I knew that my life depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation, what would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable.
I think that's your problem,
Like, I
dude.
actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
Yeah, that's the problem. Also, that is beautiful. That image there. That is so lovely. Yeah, like that sounds like the problem, Davey. Like, you need to have some self-worth before you then get external validation. It sounds like that might be missing.
What now?
What now, indeed? Yeah,
I think I need to go.
maybe.
And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do.
Yep,
I have a lot that I need to make up for. And
correct.
So I'm just gonna... Okay.
Okay. And that might be the end of the narration. Hearing need to go in this context seems concerning a little bit. If it wasn't also followed with I have a lot of work to do, like, it sounds like he has a lot of, like, it sounds like he's gonna go to therapy, like, work on himself and, like, actually apologize and, like, actually make up for it and actually learn, like, how to be a better person. But if it was just like, I gotta go, then yeah, incredibly concerning. Yeah, this is beautiful. Very reminiscent of a more artistic version of the first game, like the sand town, but instead of the cubes being placed around everywhere, they're sort of like lodged in the ground. And then downstairs we go. Oh. And then the room is filling up with sand. Yeah. What is this texture? Corrugated iron, nice. Do. Yeah. Poor Coda. He's been through all of this. It sounds like, in context, he's actively trying to go the path of self-reflection instead of the one-way trip to the maker. Yes, I would agree with that. It sounds like, yeah, he wants to, like, go to therapy and figure himself out because he's now realizing that he is the one that's broken, rather than Coda. Which is not an easy realization to have, especially after so many years. So this is very pretty. I love the lighting in this. Is that the same beam that we jumped into at the beginning? Oh, lightning, thunder. That's fun. Huh. Yeah, that's very long hallway to a very, very laser. Very laser. I'm guessing we're gonna jump into the laser. Okay. And up we go. Yeah? Whoa! That is beautiful. There's our little spot. The maze. The endless maze that doesn't look like it repeats in tiles. Which is really impressive. Yeah. Now all we need is Daredevil in his hallway and we have ourselves a scene. That would be a scene. But yeah. That is gorgeous. Aww. I genuinely love this game. Yeah. Aww.
Turn back.
wonder who R is.
You said, let me prove that I'm
This project would not have been possible without the following individuals. Can I? I can't skip past it. If anything's going to get copyrighted, it is going to be this, and I hope not, but we will see. Turn Back. Written by Helena Herron, performed by Helena Herron and Ryan Roth. Might be R. I'm guessing that's the R. Additional thanks. Good people who all worked really hard. Aww. Yeah. Is that it? And is that it? Was there anything after that? I've forgotten. And nope, that's it. All right, that was the beginner's guide. I genuinely love that game. So we're going to set up the next one. All right, now we get to what I personally believe is the theme of this game. Yes, the danger of parasocial relationships and how unhealthily forcing your interpretations of someone's work can be. Absolutely, yes. I agree with that. I need to open up Stanley Parable. Yeah, and like putting your own ideas on other people's work, and especially just straight up stealing other people's work for your own gain so you can feel better about yourself. Just, yeah. For context, my understanding is that Coda is not a real person. This is a fiction, but it is still no less powerful for that. That email at the beginning, though, is apparently a real email, and people do still email that guy. The creator of these games, I think Davey Reedon is actually his name, has released a game recently called Wonder Stop, I believe, which I really want to play. One day I would like to play that on stream, because that would looks really cool. Just setting up Stanley Parable. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Wait, hold up. Okay, hold up. I do apologize about this. The setup has some little lore in it. Okay, so I just set up the time. I'm in the UK. The time is currently 11:32 p.m. And it's calling me out on the fact that I set the time correctly. When you go back and think about it, Davey did not truly know Coda. They met by chance, and Davey felt like he was entitled to Coda's games when he was not. It was a parasocial relationship in the truest sense of the word. I agree with that. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. Oh, thank you. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple of new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. So I've loaded up this game a few times beforehand to like set up for the stream, and every time it has a little bit of a different thing, which I should have been prepared for. But oh yeah, prepare yourself. It's time to get weird. Yes, it is. So I'm going to quickly change some settings. I'm going to change this to that one. Play resolution, and then we're going to fix that. Do. Aha! Time to annoy the narrator. Yes, it is. It very much is. All right. We all ready? Let's get this weird. Begin the game. So, first round, we are just going to follow the narrator's orders. Do what we tell.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Hello.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Ooh.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Ooh, brutal.
And Stanley was happy.
I'm glad for him, but worrying.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Dun, dun,
Something
dun.
that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
He came in on the weekend.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
It's Saturday.
Something
isn't it?
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Cool. I'm going to pause that because I have to quickly change some settings. Fun fact, there was a Steam achievement for not playing this game for 100 real-world days. Oh, that's awesome. Actually, fun fact, the show Severance was directly inspired by this game. That is cool. I've only seen the first season of Severance. I really need to see the second. Gonna change the title, one sec. The Stanley Parable. I'm gonna change game title to The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. That should do it. Save. Waha. Okay. So, yes. So we have a few hours. 2 hours,
All
2 and a
of
bit
his
hours.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
Ooh.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Also, there are, I believe, 45 endings for this game, so strap in. It's a doozy. Ooh. I don't think we're going to get to all the endings. If you know cool endings, do let me know. We could do this another time after this stream. We could do this again. Maybe.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now, I trust the narrator implicitly, so obviously this is the wrong door. We're not going to go through that door. We're going to go through that door. Follow the narrator's orders. Ooh, leaf. 45 endings is a lot.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Oh no.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it bull up inside you, take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more, let it bull up inside you. Nice. The broom closet. Hey.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay. That was you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Up we go. That way. Maybe? This is nice. Oh, it's huge. It's a huge office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Oh no!
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
The most secret.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
There were originally 19. The Ultra Deluxe version added 27 more and removed one that was only accessible via console commands. Wow, they had that.
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Amazing.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Dun 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 dun. Into the back rooms now. Oh, down we go. Down we very much go. Oh, I should also just quickly double check. Just gonna pause that. Oh, I should also let's get this weird. Cool endings. I want to. Hey.
Stanley stepped.
Yes, I can hear the narrator. Fantastic. Should have checked that
Ascending
before.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Good question.
This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh. But you may notice that I don't trust the technology around me, so I regularly check things.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, we're gonna follow the narrator, but the temptation. Temptation. Not this time. Mind control facility, always a good option. And you.
The lights rose on an enormous
Dun-dun-dun.
room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Oh, no.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Does he? Shall we find out together? Button. Now this one is more relaxed than before. Have you seen Ongazelig? No, I haven't.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Oh no.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Who were also not
the
there.
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Where freedom meant nothing. This narrator is awesome. He is so good at voice acting.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Good question.
No. He refused to believe it.
He refused.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Never.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Utterly blind. I just watched it. Ongazelig is a Dutch animation, and damn it, the joke
But
there
here
is
was the
unhinged.
proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's do it. Unhinged joke. Nice. Mind controls idle, awaiting input. System power off. Dun dun dun! The darkness. Ooh. We alive? We good? Maybe?
Blackness.
And
a rising chill of uncertainty.
Indeed.
Was it over?
Was it? Am I? Ah!
Yes. He had won.
Oh!
He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
That means something
Freedom
else
was
now.
mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley
Incredibly slowly.
reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Ah, well,
Perhaps his
indeed.
goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No
Oh.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And
Nice.
that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
You go, Stanley.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Also, yeah, when he's talking about the machine will not control him anymore, that means something very different after playing the beginner's guide. You should watch it. It's on YouTube, and there was an English sub. The whole pilot series is only 26 minutes long, I believe. Nice! Maybe I will. That sounds cool.
Stanley felt
Really?
the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Ooh.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Aww.
And Stanley was happy.
Oh, that's nice. He has a happy ending. That's really cool. Good for him. Anyway, that's the Stanley Parable. That was a great little game. Now we're going to move it. No, I'm kidding. We can now do other endings.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can you imagine if we actually just did that ending and then ended the game there and that was the end of the stream? Maybe I should do that for April Fools or something next year. Okay, so I'm thinking we follow. Ooh,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
let's go to the door on the right. We also, I kind of want to do the escape, just in front of the mind control facility. But let's go on the right here.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Admired.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So I'm thinking we do the exact opposite of everything the narrator says. So that would get back, but we're not going to do that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
That's really good. Hey, actually, the clicking sound is a keypad. Like he's still at his desk. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Ooh.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Who?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Waiting so long. Oh, in the dark.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Okay, so we're not doing what he says. So can I... Cigarettes? What happens if I don't pick up the phone?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Hi.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Cool.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
That was really fun. I want to talk about Ongazelig, but you need to watch it for yourself first. The only thing apparently Ongazelig in English would be unsociable. It's a nice niche little animation. Nice. Well, yeah, we'll see if I get time to watch it. But this is really fun. And very silly. Okay. So, is he going to give us a quest?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Oh yeah, they added that.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
I actually can't jump.
Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I just got an achievement, you can't jump, but no, seriously, we disabled it. They didn't trust me. Your problems and thought in the vastness of space is insignificant? Butterfly effect beg to differ. True. Okay. So where are we headed now? Again, we're doing everything the narrator tells us not to do. Do we...
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Don't know if that's... Is there anything else we can do? Can I go back here? Don't think there's any option except to take that door. Is there? Oh, what's this? That looks typed. No, I don't think I can actually use that. Can't jump through there. Can I get through the ceiling? Doesn't seem so. Okay. Seems to be that this is the way. So door on the left would be one of these must open. On the left. Oh, no,
now
there we go.
Remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Yes, always story.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
All right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right it is.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I can't open anything. Check out that. That's cool. They put a lot of effort into everything falling apart. Okay. Can I... What happens if I just stay here? If I just wait a moment and drink some tea? Will he say a thing? Ooh, look at that. Can't open door! Okay. I guess we... Okay, wait, no. Instead of going to the left, let's go through here. It's also locked. Okay. I guess we go left. And... What else we got? Back to the meeting room.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
Laugh.
What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
Oh?
I have to. I have to.
Is the game gonna close? I actually don't know. Dun dun dun. Ooh! Now we're in the horror game. Okay.
Oh, I'm here.
Hi.
I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Didn't work.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Sorry.
It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Oh.
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
Yeah.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
But...
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Oh.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
A little bit.
There's a world outside of you. You're a child. Oh,
You don't know.
my story.
Oh.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked
good.
so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would.
Oh, okay.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, so do we do the same bad thing again? Or do we do the correct thing this time? There's no way of knowing how many endings we've gotten, is there? Ooh. Maybe... Let's go correct this time. Worst case, we can go to the escape.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
That's
up
new.
to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay, so I think we're... Okay, we
Coming
can't
to
go
a
down.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We now don't have any other option. It is forcing us. Basically, for someone to actually near one and almost control the... Oh yeah, I also finally came up with an ideology motive for the villain of my fantasy novel project, not the sci-fi one. Nice! Basically, for someone to actually near one and almost control the world, its view must have a large root-based supporters and make sense. And because magic and stuff and also industrial with magic, just another part of life, their ideology and view able to be very different from real life or have a non-human feeling. Cool. Hello, Luna's little filly, welcome! It's been a while, how you been? We are breaking the Stanley
Stepping
Parable.
inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Oh.
Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Yes.
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115? Can we... We can't actually do that, can we? Like, obviously I have a microphone attached, but...
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. I doubt that would connect.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I think you're missing something here, my friend.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
Does he?
If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hello. Where are we?
Stanley? Hello?
Hello.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
Oh.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Oh.
Is everything all right?
Oh, we got an ending.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do
So
something.
sad.
Anything. This is more important than you can ever know.
Oh.
I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all
Sorry,
right.
Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
Oh.
Take as much time as you need.
So sad. The end is never the end, is never the end. Adjusting to night shift, crashing out, dealing with insane family bullcrap, so much, I'm so tired and done. I'm so sorry, but also night shift is a deal. I've done night shift. It can be good, but it can be a whole thing. Hope you're dealing with it well, because yeah, good luck with that. You can do it. I have faith in you. I'm so sorry going through all the stuff, but I hope you're all right. Luna. So the villain ideology motive is a sacrificial transhumanism utopia. Okay, that basically a utopia where everyone's able to live all their dreams, desires, needs, and wants, but obviously with a caveat. So due to obvious reasoning that something as so powerful as to make everyone have that kind of utopia must have a great price, yeah, the rituals to keeping and running it would be insane. It sounds a little bit like the ones who
All
walk
of
away
his
from the
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh no!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So let's follow his advice until we get to the escape option. There's a short story, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, where the city is a utopia, except there is one child that must be an absolute torment in a small box at all times. And everyone is aware of this, and they all have to, if they stay in the city or utopia, they can only stay if they agree that the child must be in torment. And so it's a whole city that is like pouring all of their problems on an demonstrably innocent person.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The night shift would be fine if everything under Celestia wasn't conspiring to not let me sleep during the day. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. So I did a job fairly recently where I would finish work at 7 a.m. and then start at 10 p.m. And yeah, it was like, yeah, you just don't sleep basically. And people would always like be around and all the cars.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I want you to do the escape one. We'll do this one next. Intentional sleep deprivation is, I'm pretty sure, legally considered a war crime. It is, yes. Need sleep. Sleep is good. Absolutely required. Yes, one of the inspiration, but this one is not just the condition. It's an actual ideology, and someone needs to actively enforce it. If the ritual stops, everything crumbles. Ooh, that's interesting.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
You just gonna play the music and stop me from doing the things? No!
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Huh. This is a very different vibe, because I went a little bit faster. What's over here? Nothing. Okay. New Age music isn't calming to me. It makes me want to hurt someone. Yes. Very understandable. Especially when you're forced to listen to it. It's basically elevator music. In that case. Okay, this is where we get to the escape option. This looks a bit different.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh, that way. Dun 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 dun, escaping!
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No! What will we do? But no, we can make it. We can survive this.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No, we're good. We're gonna do this.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
Yep.
And willingly confront his death.
It's gonna come eventually. We're gonna do this. Down we go. Ah! Actual death. Ooh. Tunnel. Huh. Not... Oh, dead?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
I can't jump.
Farewell, Stanley.
I cannot jump. No. Oh, maybe. We good?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
No! Da! We're down. Okay. We're live. What's over here? Boxes. Cool. The main inspiration is that one, Slay the Princess, Wish, Brave New World. Ooh, okay. I've seen Wish, read Brave New World, have not played Slay the Princess. I want to. That is one of the ideas for the future on this channel. Maybe I'll be able to stream it, but I haven't looked into that. I guess you can paint how the world looks with that series of inspiration. Yeah, absolutely. Interesting mix. I don't know how people enjoy Slay the Princess. That kind of narrative just makes me viscerally upset. So the premise is that the narrator says to kill the princess and you choose not to. Like, it has a similar to like Stanley Parable where you're told to do one thing and you choose otherwise. Is that correct?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Huh.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I like a second narrator. They're both really good.
When
Hey!
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Cool.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh, we have buttons. Button, 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 button. Can I do all of them? No. They all have different noises. That's awesome. So do we just... Is there somewhere to go? It's kind of cool that it shows all the behind the scenes kind of thing. Like all the different designs. The office. Cool. Look at the props. All I saw was a time loop that made everything slowly worse, and it just upset me. I don't like hopeless settings. I agree. The hopeless settings are kind of terrible. I didn't stick with it long enough to see if it gets better because I wasn't enjoying. Okay, if Slay the Princess is one of those hopeless settings, maybe I won't do it. I thought it was more of a comedy kind of deal. There's more to Slay the Princess than just more messed up the Stanley Parable. There was something important to it that comes out at the end or near the end, but yeah, it's rather heavy. Heaviness is fine. It's more hopelessness that I'm not a fan of. Same as you, Luna. Like I always want the concept of hope to be somewhere in there. Or just not be a problem. Like the Stanley Parable doesn't really have a lot of hope in it, I'd say, but it also doesn't need it. It's just silliness. Whereas the Beginner's Guide, which we just finished, does have hope in it because it's all about creativity and interpersonal relationships and such. You need 5 to 6 loops to break the loop. Oh, so it's going to take a while to get through it. Just straight up saying that. Thank you. Also, I don't really know where I'm going here. I don't know if I need to forcefully restart this game. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Reasons I don't like 40k, everything sucks and the world has already ended, and that's just waiting to finish cooling off. I agree. So the lore of 40k is really intense, and I'm like, I don't really care about that. What 40k has done that is really interesting is they've taken hopelessness and applied it with a layer of awesome. Like, the point of the Space Marines is to be big gun, big power suit, shoot big monster. Like, isn't this cool? And so it doesn't actually matter that things are hopeless. They just
Can you see?
play with it.
Can you see how much they need one another?
Oh.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
This is very true.
But
Are we going to
listen
get
me.
crushed again?
You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Nope.
As
Nope.
long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
No.
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
That noise. That noise is rough. That was like a pie in the face noise. Yeah, but you can do that and still have hope, though. Halo, you know, exists, or Destiny. Very true, actually. Like, I hadn't actually considered that those were essentially 40k. Yeah, incredibly valid. It's one of the things, like, Warhammer, the fantasy one, has the same kind of hopelessness. Everything is brutal and such. But then you look at something like D&D or Warhammer, which is very similar in a lot of ways. And I think it partially at one point was owned by the same people, with the D&D stuff. But everything has hope in it and has, like, hero goes on dangerous quest, but then...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
But then has...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But then, like, those stories can have happy endings, or they can have joy in them, and they do have hope. So yeah, I agree with that. 40k, there is something about small awesomeness and goodness in the middle of it, even though at the other end of the galaxy, everything is screaming. 40k is like a bunch of writers. Gilliman brought some hope back. And if Lion goes back too somehow. Yeah, so some writers are more hopeful than others. There was a great, fantastic series. I mean, I read it when I was a teenager, so maybe it doesn't hold up now. But it was Warhammer Fantasy. It was the Twilight War, which also was around at the similar time to Twilight, so that the name was very funny. But it was 3 books.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll go downstairs this time. It was 3 books about the followers of the Shadow God. And it was just really well written, at least at the time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Downwards into hell.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
Very true.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Oh, in a loop.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
It's all a dream.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
That's good.
He thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Would be.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
What's the question,
So
Luna?
he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
I'm trying not to talk
He
over him.
felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin. the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Oh.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
Oh.
Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
It feels really sad.
I am okay.
Oh. Are we...
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
We had fun with this.
And everything went black.
No. Yeah, I'm trying not to talk over him.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Do any of us?
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body.
Ambulance?
And then she turned and ran.
Ambulance! Call an... Mariella. Okay, can I talk? Is it safe to talk? Okay, safe to talk. The canon will now really pivots the entire hope to Gilliman returning and forming the Imperium, trying to fix the effing... The Imperium is without breaking and destroying. In the process, the Imperium is better now after Gilliman at the helm, post-Emperor, post-Heresy, post-Primarch, gone, but pre-Gilliman is the bleakest one. That sounds very complicated. I have not looked into Warhammer 40k lore at all. Also, people who have joined recently, I'm trying not to talk over the narrator, but I am going to re-chat in all of the breaks I can find between things. So I do apologize about all the pauses while we behold the narrator's awesomeness. But Traveller, I have a question for you. Why does life choose to sleep? Good question. I would assume life would choose to sleep because it
the
needs...
meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
Ooh.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
This is a different run. Well, we haven't changed the run. We're still on the same run. Ooh. I think the head needs to reset, is my theory on why we sleep. It's not just to reset the body, but it's...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
To the meeting room. Yeah, I think your head needs to piece itself back together again, honestly.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Oh.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wait, are we on a different run?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Ooh. We good? We good. So I would make it that the magic system, especially the sacrificial one, the higher the number of the sacrifice subject, the more potent it becomes exponentially, so that's why at one point you were able to cover pretty much the entire world. Okay, fair enough. One of the answers that I've heard is surprisingly relevant to this game. Oh, do tell. What is the reason that they choose to sleep? We haven't gone this way. Executive bathroom! This is not... Oh, this is a bathroom. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Ooh. Cool. Time magazine. Extreme bathrooms. Dun dun dun. Can we open? Nope. Can we do anything in here? This feels like a place that things would happen. Nope. I'd expect to be able to open that. Nope. Okay. Because perceived freedom is preferable to making choices. How do you mean? That's the boss's room. We're not going to go there. We're going to go this way. So as in, like, the perception of freedom, like, choose what food you have, but you have to go to a restaurant to get food. Like, choices within choices that have already been made for you. I guess a better one would be, what are you going to have for dinner tonight, but you are going to get it from a supermarket. Can we... we can... Ooh. Like, if one sacrifice subject, you can only affect one person. If it's 10, you can affect 12. If it's 50, you can affect 85. If it's 1,000, you can affect 6,000. Okay. Interesting magic system, man. Cool. Push all the buttons. Which way are we going? Ding, 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 ding. Is this gonna end? Nope. How long does this go for? Nope, it's just... Okay. And we're back. In the same place. Huh. For a little context, this comes from an area called Penacony, more specifically the Reverie Dreamscape. In the Dreamscape, you cannot die and you can become whoever you wish to be, but you will simply stagnate and never move forward with your life in the real world. Okay. Like, if you buy in bulk, you get more or less. Fair enough. Sacrifice in bulk. What if we do up? Just up. Just up. Can we do anything else here? Is that going to... Nope. Okay, this doesn't seem to do much. So, I guess we go in here?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Oh, thank you, my dude. Thank you for changing it up a little bit. Can we go up? Can we go up? We cannot. Okay, down we go. Hey! Huh. Thus a question often asked in an interrogation of the ruling family of Penacony is, why does life choose to sleep? And the answer is that they provide freedom in order to control other people. I'm not quite understanding. Sounds interesting, though.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
We've been that way. And yes, basically just Las Vegas in a dimensional entity. Ooh. So it's like Brave New World, where they throw all of the experiences, like the gambling and the lust and like carnal desires, everything all at once, but as a result you are trapped. And you don't think of anything outside of that.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Indeed! So we've been through this already, so if we go quickly... So we push that button usually. Is there another button we can push? I'm not seeing other buttons. Nope. Okay. This button.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I like that some of them are actually fired. Yes and no, they don't actually force you to stay or keep you against your will unless you do something to piss off the family, but they realize that most people would rather stay in the ... Where am I going? Got that. And that's the only option we have. We're going to do that.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
Probably.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Indeed. Rather stay in the beautiful dream rather than go back to the real world, face their problems and grow, and thus they maintain a startling degree of control. Oh yeah, so yeah, they control without force. They control carrot rather than stick, to the point that people don't realize that the carrot is there. They just go towards the sweet smell of carrots. Essentially for a metaphorical reason. That's interesting. But of course, for most history, that exponentially doesn't mean much because most people don't think of just things to just sacrifice thousands of people at the same time, and those who think that simply don't have enough power. And for most history, it could also something you could do continuously. So then, yeah, that would make an interesting world to write.
He refused to believe it.
He couldn't accept it.
His own life in someone else's control?
Never!
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
It's surprisingly easy to do that, actually. Okay, so we were here before.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Where's one?
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
So we're going to try and find the numbers. We have to find 1 to 5. Why does life choose to sleep? It's a critique of people buying into the subtle power of the family and the harmony, which is the religious path that lies behind the family. Okay, so they have a religion based around sleep. Okay, so can we... 1, 2, and then 3 is over here. I don't think this is the combination. 3, 4 must be over here. Where is 4? Where is 4? Where is 4, precious? Where is 4? I know where 5 is. It's over there, near the door. Not around sleep, but around oneness. The paths and the aeons that preside over them are embodiments of social concepts. Preservation, harmony, elation, nihility, etc. Cool. So I don't know the Paraconi that you're referencing there, unfortunately. Is 4 inside here? I don't think 4 is inside there. Oh, there's 4! Okay. How do we get up there? How do we get up there? Is there a ladder here that is hidden in the darkness? I think that's a ladder. No, we can't. That's what I need to get to. Oh, it's annoying. There is a gate in the way. And I can't jump. I don't like that I can't jump. Okay, so we can't do that. That's unfortunate. But the world would be at a prime age with population of over 1 billion, and the price to cover the entire world with that utopia is around 300,000 once a month. That's a lot of people, though. Unfortunately. So I want to choose on this time, instead of off.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
The harmony is based on everyone achieving singular consciousness. Shipe, the Aeon of Harmony, and her emanators or prophets have powers that allow them to force people to work in harmony and to join the harmony itself. Okay, so kind of like a hive mind kind of idea? And for the first time, even with that insane sacrificial price, the birth rate is actually still higher. Ooh. So system power, we've done that one. We're not going to do this one.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go
Indeed.
and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
It's now mine.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
That's awkward.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
3 blue,
that this
right.
video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so
We're not gonna make it.
Can't.
No!
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
No!
Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully?
No!
Another choice. Make it count. Or death. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
That was so bad. Are we back? Are we alive? I do believe we're alive. Fantastic. Gonna make sure that's all back. Fantastic. Yes, okay, we're back. Cool. Had a internet drop out for a moment there. Do apologize about that. And We're back. Awesome! Not a hive mind racing individually until it's all one with Shipe. Just Shipe would be left. Ooh, no path or aeon is actually good or evil. Each of them is an extreme example of a social concept. Land the Hunt, for example, is basically the aeon of hyperfocus. He has been hunting the aeon of abundance non-stop for 8 millennia, and his followers, the Shansho, are 6 massive planet-scale warships following the hunt across the universe. We're back! We are! Nice! What fictional world is this from? Is this one that you're writing, or is this another universe? That sounds really interesting. The birth rate is actually still higher, and because the sacrificial ritual must be done in a single ritual and pretty much mass killing that much people as a continuous ritual is hard, the bad guys would actually industrialize the process. Like the chance of you being chosen as sacrifice subject is a fraction of a fraction, so most actually choose to side with the bad guys to live in the perfect world. Fair enough. Sounds brutal. This is the story and lore of Honkai Star Rail. Ah, nice! Honkai Star Rail is much more spacefaring than I thought it was.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
Is it?
Is this Stanley's office?
I think it is. Is it not? Can I go back? Nope. Okay. Interesting. So the ideology of sacrificial transhuman utopia seems logical enough to have large enough grassroots supporters to actually be successful, even if it's only temporary. Fair enough. I hate Mondays. Fair enough. New content!
Oh, new content?
Ooh.
What does that mean, new content?
This is the expanded version of the game, so it must be in there. Dun dun dun! What are we doing? What are we doing?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Hey, Davey.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
That voice is
After
familiar.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Ooh.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Yeah! Delight!
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
It does.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
What do we got? Let's do this.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's gonna be great. Can we direction?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
Yes.
I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
It's amazing they got the same voice actor back as well. It's called... Oh.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
It's a room!
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. It's called Star Rail for a reason. The trailblazers on the path of the trailblazers literally travel the universe in a train that flies through space. That's where the rail comes from. Oh, so it's a space railway. That's awesome. That's a really cool idea. The way of thinking is basically to create the world of pure happiness devoid of pain and suffering, bar the absolute necessary. Fair enough. Okay, we're gonna do all the jumps. Jump in the circle many times, jumping all the time till we get the jumps remaining. We can do it. We're nearly there. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, now I actually can't jump anymore. Those were all of my jumps. I can't use the spacebar now.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Maybe. Yeah, the leader of the Astral Express, Himiko, has died again. No, we're good. We're back.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
Good.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Okay.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Little bridge.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Dun. I'm going to run down I'm just going to briefly run down the members of the Express. Okay, yeah, so the characters, yeah? The protagonists would have more like real-life grounded view, like if humans left to just their desire and then they are no longer human, but an animal. Human is much more than just that. Yeah, I agree with that. Humans and animals are very similar in many ways. Himiko, the navigator and repairer of the Express, Welt, an animator from another universe, Dan Heng, and reincarnated Dragon Lord, March 7th, an amnesia girl, Sunday, a reformed Harmony Emanator? March 7th, as in the date? Where am I?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay, we're sneaking out. Coffee nut. Nice. Pom Pom, the rabbit conductor, and Kalis, if you choose male MC, the living Stellaron.
Okay,
sounding cool.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
This is feeling very much like the demo for the Stanley Parable, which maybe I'll play on stream at one point, but the demo for the Stanley Parable is the narrator is trying to introduce you to the Stanley Parable and going to show you the game, but he keeps losing it. So you have to go on this little quest through the game's backgrounds, right, the offices and such, to try to find the game that he has there somewhere, because he doesn't know where it's gone. And it's really impressive as a demo. Wow, this is different. Huh.
I call it the Memory Zone.
This
it's
is cool.
where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Funny thing here, the BAFTA has the Stanley Parable written in pen on a piece of tape, because BAFTAs don't, as far as if I remember, don't have the name of the winner on them, because the winner is announced and then they're handed the trophy. Either that or they just stole it. Because Oscars, they do the same thing, but then you get it carved later. But smile because it happened. Aw. Yeah, they found March frozen in ice and floating through space, and so named her after the day they found her. Oh, okay, that's a cool character moment. The world of pure happiness devoid of suffering is meaningless when you don't even know what pain and suffering is. Those who don't know pain and suffering also don't know the true meaning of joy and happiness. I disagree with that. Like the protagonist would argue that the current one only works because those who live it mostly sees the real world and actually knows suffering to cheer what they got. Yeah, but if you've ever met a puppy, puppies don't necessarily know the concept of suffering. At least most, if they've been treated well, they don't. But they have the concept of joy. So, yeah. New video game releasing today! Created surprisingly down to earth. Nice. Hey. March is just the cutest. I love her. She's one of the many adopted daughters from Star Rail. Nice. She sounds like that's a cool character moment, that getting her name from that. Ooh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
Aww.
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
So sad. Well, if you only know happiness and everything you want to get at the end, it will be hollow. Not necessarily. Again, dogs exist. Dogs can have happiness without sadness, which means that so can we. Is my argument there. Sort of, what's the word? Prizing suffering. That's not the right word. Prizing? Where you talk up and you say things are amazing. Whatever that word is. Doing that to suffering is a very...
Here's another moving passage.
Regular thing,
this
which is
time
wrong.
from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone.
Aww.
To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Your argument for dog is human challenge. Yeah, I do. I don't think it would be hollow. I think it would be naive, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Yes, I agree with that. Like, it would be lacking in certain experiences, obviously, because it wouldn't have suffering, but that doesn't necessarily mean that its life is meaningless.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
It's down here.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Ooh.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Oh, no.
The online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Not recommended.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
Unfunny?
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is really cool, actually. I like this. Whether you count that as naive or disagree, well, I plan to make it not really black and white anyway. You want to side with the bad guys, whatever. I mean, alright. Like I said, the current one is actually work because they know what they want. They understand how the world works. The one that is problematic is the new generation since they're blank. Alright, dude. Yeah, it's your world, man. You write it however you like. However makes you happy. Penacony actually does a lot of discussing on the nature of memory, personality, and identity. It's very interesting, and now we're on Amphorius, where memory is a tangible resource and a god presides. Ooh. Fancy. I have no idea where I'm going. Not recommended!
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
Oh, preachy?
Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You
No.
can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
No, not preachy at all.
Goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But
No.
maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Hey.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No. This is not just like breaking the fourth wall. This is, I don't know, fifth or sixth walls in. Because it's actually critiquing not just itself, but the game that came before it that it's based on, and the creator on the platform that it was largely released on. Like, think about this, if they got everything they want and they're blank, they will push further and further to even achieve what might be happiness. Eldar style, if you know what I mean. Not entirely, but... yeah, everyone's different. So why not seventh? Seventh is a nice number. It's breaking the seventh wall. Oh, here's another one.
What's this one got to say?
I wonder if these are real.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
No.
A skip button.
No.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No, we couldn't do
What
that.
if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record? Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh dear.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Oh,
that
no.
last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has...
We've got to now.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single...
Oh, I feel so mean skipping like that. Brain Spawn 789. Dap.
Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Welcome back.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Oh.
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Not
Let
quite.
me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Are we back? Oh? Maybe he's gone now. Brain just spawned the 789 joke. Nice. If you do end up playing Pathologic, there's a bit of this kind of beyond fourth wall stuff as well. I can't really say much about it though because spoilers. Yes, no spoilers. I have looked into it. Possibly. I have not entirely figured out how to do it and where it would go in the game's order. I'm sort of building a list of games. But it is on the list. Thoughts are happening. Ooh. Alarm? Alarm? Skip.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They...
How does this go for? It's kind of amazing. I am actually trapped. Nope, okay.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
Slowly going mad. Are we... Is there any way actually out of this? Or are we just gonna keep skipping forever? This is much longer than I expected this joke to go. Oh! There we go. The world collapses. R.I.P. narrator. Apparently, yeah! Oh, sunlight! That's beautiful. That's legitimately beautiful. Oh, look at those god rays. That's also a lot more advanced than anything else in this game, graphics-wise. Nice. Oh, look at that! That's lovely. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. I like that one. Oh, this is really lovely. Aww. Darkness. Again, I don't know how long this is going to go for. We're way beyond it, how far I thought this joke would last. Still darkness. Now we're in a horror game. Oh, okay. Oh, whoa. The building has fallen over. That's there. Okay. Oh, we're in the desert. The world has ended. I still cannot jump. I've used up all of my jumps. I might need to go back in and push that button again. I suspect that might be the move. Can I go on top of here? Nope. It's like you skip forward too far and end up in Subnautica. Basically, yeah. It's like, was it Futurama where they go so far forward that it just becomes this? And then they realize that if you keep going, it loops around. Can I push? Nope. Wait, is that it? No. Nope. Okay. Huh. Interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Not gonna...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not gonna have a talk about, like, the end of the world I just saw there, my dude? Whoa! New content, okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Let's do it. New content. Left? It's all over there. Okay, is it more elevator? What have you built for us, narrator?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and
Yes?
about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
No.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Fair.
So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one
Whoa.
step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh, that's not a real thing, I think. The end is never the end. Again.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
They're back. 2 doors.
Calling
an
it the
excellent
Stanley
poster.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
It
Now, to be
does.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh yeah, there was some controversy because there was a suggestion to legalize gambling to control gambling in the national parliament. Oh yeah! If you make something illegal, then it becomes the control of gangs. If you make something legal, then you can tax it and control it and help people get out of addiction. Usually works a bit much better.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay, oh, there's a person up there. Giant person. Who is turning. Huh. Okay. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Okay. I'm
For
very
the
curious.
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, but that's so for real. Getting games to work is basically black magic. I agree with that. Yeah, it's sorcery straight up. So, the way that I introduce these streams is, hi, my name is Alex, also known as the Traveler of Places. Let's see if it has any of that in here.
Jim.
Sorry,
No.
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
That was
Okay,
excellent.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
That was fantastic. Isn't about to dox you, is it? Apparently not. They had a much smarter idea. We're now doing one roleplay with a disembodied voice like the dominatrix has blindfolded us, apparently.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second
So
time.
dumb, and I love
if
it.
this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No.
Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No. So, anyone who's played games like the Doki Doki Literature Club, spoilers, there was a point where it says your actual name. And other games have done something similar to that. And this is very much leading to the idea that this would be one of them, but they had a much smarter idea where they say any name, and they just say, you're now going to be that name. We're going to rename you, therefore that way it is still your name. That's very clever. I like that. The idea is that now Indonesians pretty much in a constant war against illegal gambling. It's almost impossible to control since the internet is internet. And those illegal gambling sites are located in Cambodia, so basically Indonesia loses money to Cambodia. Yeah, whereas if you legalize it, then everything can go in Indonesia, and they can control it, they can tax it, they can help people out of it, and they can actually target the problem. Same as like prohibition made the mafia in the States.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club did a lot of meta shit, but it was also just traumatic. Yeah, it was. I still cry if I hear that stupid song from the secret ending. Yeah, I want to play... So I've played the original one, but I haven't played the re-release they did of it. Same as this is a re-release of Stanley Parable. But I can't play it on stream because of all the stuff in that game. So I need to find time outside of streaming and the rest of life to do it. You heard Jim in the game. This is really clever. But it is so well done.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Put it somewhere. The new and easy achievement. Ooh. Can I get over there? Settings World Champion, Infinite Hole, free achievement. Let's go to a free achievement. How do we get a free achievement? Get it here. Huh. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Huh.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
So someone just goes, F all this shit, just legalize it and it will be much more controllable and the money actually goes to Indonesia. Absolutely. Technically, this is not the first time. Oh, interesting. So they've tried it before and walked away from it. Monica did things to my developing brain that makes me uncomfortable as an adult. Yeah, that game is not designed for kids or any brain that is not 100% developed, and there may be a lot more. There's some stuff in that game.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you.
We hear you.
And I promise it will happen.
No. Okay, let's see. Is that birthday candles? No lights, okay. Let's go back to the showroom. Is there anything in there? Maybe not. All-Sadikin Jakarta governor in 1967 legalized gambling and open province-sanctioned casino.
What
Ooh.
other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Dude! Is that an anime poster at the top? No, that's basically Severance. So anime or human profile with him at the top. I think I was like 14 or 15, and yeah, no, I had some very complicated attraction feelings for that woman. Yeah, absolutely understandable. That game plays with you. Plays with your mind. Collect them all. You can find them, you can find them, you can find them. What's happening in here?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, what's that mean? Whoa, this is very Hellion. Huh. Wait, do we actually get to collect these? Do we actually get to collect all 6 of those?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
How big is this place? Okay, infinite hole. Let's go to the infinite hole. This is kind of massive. They actually made a full, like, convention center, basically. Hole like infinity, space like infinity, distant space-time, distant past, distant future. Huh. Gonna see an infinite hole?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's
Yes?
never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Cool. Can I... In we go!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I'm gonna hold that for a minute or two. We'll just see where this goes.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Infinite hole, I've heard someone have that as a nickname, but I don't think it was a compliment. Yeah, probably not.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Gamers.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
No.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
sure,
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I'm gonna wait 20 seconds just to see what happens here. I don't know if he's gonna say anything. Probably not. Give it another 10. Yeah, that might be the end of it. And... sure.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
In we go!
For heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Don't take that out of context.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It did.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Oh yeah, I think I've just found out how the F Jakarta free Wi-Fi the whole province at the time of COVID. Yeah, how do they do that? That's massive. That's really impressive. Here we go.
Bad enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Whee!
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Huh.
Oh, okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Sure.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Here, the price of a 500 gigabyte packet for 60 days is like £11.5 sterling. Oh?
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working?
No, it is not.
You sure?
Pretty sure.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Nope. Not
Still
working.
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You
Fairly
couldn't
well.
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
No.
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
We're madly in love. Traveler obsessed with holes confirmed. No! I can't jump either, so I'm actually trapped here. Huh. How? This is unfortunate. It's not Wi-Fi, but that price is crazily cheap, right, considering everything. That is pretty cheap. 500 gigabytes for 60 days for 11 quid. That's not bad. While the price of... Hey! We're going down again! What the price of internet quota there in the UK? So here it's like... how much is it? It's like £30 for 100 gigabytes, I think. 200 gigabytes. But that's for 30 days. F, change your perspective. Whoa. Dun dun dun. Change again. This is so dramatic. We have a face? That's legitimately terrifying. I don't like that face. Change your perspective. Change your perception. Down, 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 down. I don't know how long this will go for. Change your reality. Actually, it's kind of cool. It's kind of awesome. How long did this go for? Huh. Is this gonna keep going forever? You ever realize that you actually just don't know what direction a game's gonna go in?
Stanley? Stanley?
There we go.
Stanley? Oh, good, you're awake.
Huh.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
No.
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
Woo.
Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Are we gonna go down again, or... I can't teleport out. I can't jump. Is that it? No, we're back here. Okay. Basically, Jakarta is like 6 out of 7 Singapore territory, 3/4 Singapore GDP, and with an internet quota of the rest of Indonesia, which makes it relatively cheap to cover the province. That's cool.
Are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Merch! We definitely needed merch. New content. Cool. Okay, wait, so... The reassurance bucket. Let's go to the reassurance bucket. How much did they put in this?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
It gone.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Oh, there it is.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Ooh. This is a bucket. No, there's more. What?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I agree. It's a good bucket.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All
Friend
this
bucket.
and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
A bucket. Can we just keep the bucket? Can we just take it with us? Forever? Towards the 2! That was very well placed too. I missed
Does
jumping.
anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
They should.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Wait, that's now been changed to the mostly infinite hole. That's awesome.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like
I agree.
balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Ooh, 12th birthday. Where do we have the options? We have the options! Ooh! Like Jakarta is lower middle Europe level in terms of money. Combine that with pretty much a third world country internet price. Yeah, they can pull that off. They can. That does make sense. Yeah. Get Well Sunday. No, we want the blue. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, that's so mean. What are the blue? The blue balloons. All right. What else is
Or
there?
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
It's done. We're out. Success. We chose the balloons. We've been to the infinite hole. And this... It's not that. That is already locked. We cannot go in there. Okay, we've done that. Where have we not been? We might not have been to whatever the dude is. We've been to the free achievement. No, we have been to there. We got the guy. The exit, I guess? Is it time for the exit? So this way. Do believe we've done all the things. Jump circle, done that. Exit. Okay. These look cool. These make really good posters, actually.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I think so.
Ready to move on now?
Possibly. But Jakarta GDP is slightly over half of London GDP, and the price of it is way less than half. Yeah, which makes quality of life much better. Hey!
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
I agree.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
100%.
Say, let's do an experiment.
Amen.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Fantastic idea.
Okay. Are you ready?
Ready and waiting.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ta-da! How do I get down there? Can I go down?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
That's
Hold
potential.
on. Let me do a different arrangement.
That's an epilogue.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Okay, that's
Here we
good, that's
go.
good.
Version 2.
Ta-da! That's worse. What have you
Who
done?
am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
Basically.
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Maybe.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
You can do
with
that.
respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
Like
a title
Ultra
screen
Deluxe.
that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
Ta-da!
Let me see if I can whip something up.
Do it.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Stanley Parable 2. Ooh, very Stranger Things. Begin the game.
This is
skip.
the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room.
Huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, I think we have the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
We now have the bucket. We must do the most important one. Where is the... I think it's on the left.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Huh. Everything is now with the bucket. Excellent. The thing that I'm looking for is the broom closet.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
Oh,
It's
here
a
are the bucket.
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
No.
Getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
How
that
dare!
your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
No!
Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
How dare it!
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
We have.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket.
How does
as
this
they have
go?
changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I can't put the bucket down.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
That's
no
cool.
more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and
Yeah.
I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
It is.
You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It
There
is.
really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
It's a good sticker. Can I talk? What is the cheapest
You know
Wi-Fi?
what? I could take the
Nope.
name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment.
So
and to
mean.
be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
It is.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll
worst.
see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Fare thee well. So 500 gigabytes for 60 days, or for 250k RDR, or 11.5 pounds, obviously way less than half the price. The only richer city than Jakarta in the entire Southeast Asia is Singapore itself, yes, which is very rich. What is the cheapest Wi-Fi packet in the UK? I only know the mobile ones, I don't know the actual Wi-Fi ones. But the cheapest one is £10, gets you like 3 gigs or something like that for a month. I think we might have finished this.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So I'm thinking, oh wait, can we do the bathroom? Hey!
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Huh. Unexpected. So I'm thinking we find one more ending, and then we'll end the stream. We're about 4 hours now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
Aww.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yeah.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It was magic bucket.
Was the bucket guiding him?
It was.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
So I'm thinking we do the standard ending again, the same one that we began with, by following the narrator's instructions, but now with the bucket. We'll take the bucket to freedom, and then we'll call the stream. That'll be a nice ending. Hey!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
Mini-stands!
Or what about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice. I doubt we're going to get the next 3. I like that the bucket changes everything that... like all the narration with it. This guy must have recorded so many lines.
Downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
It's a good bucket. I do like this bucket. It's a fantastic bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Okay, let's do this. Bucket, meet the mind control.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
We both did. Indeed. Very intelligent bucket this is.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
No!
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, bucket. It's all right. No, good bucket. He's a good bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Indeed.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
It has.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Unspeakable.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Always beware the bucket.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
No one but the bucket. All hail the bucket!
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right. Bucket, let's do this.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Was it?
Yes, they had done it.
That's looking much shakier than last time.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Good
Both
choice.
of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was
No.
Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
No!
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No! I must leave the bucket
Even
behind.
The facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Absolutely okay.
Stanley gulped.
You know, you got the bucket.
Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Do we restart? We do. With no bucket! No! Okay. Alright, I've read the Ministry of Communication Digital and Internet plan to offer 100 megabytes per second for £4.8. I want that Wi-Fi. I want that Wi-Fi. That sounds amazing. Alright. With that, I think we're going to call the stream. This has been really cool. Yeah, so I can do this. Aha. The Beginner's Guide is such an amazing game, and the Stanley Parable is so bonkers in every way, and it's glorious. And yeah, both made by the same creator, who doesn't know I exist, so it's not a sponsored stream or anything. But they did create a new game recently, which looks really cool. And yeah, I want to play it at one point. Maybe one day in the future, we will stream that, but not yet because it's too new, and I don't want to spoil stories of games that are so incredibly new and possibly risk lowering sales. Not that I have anywhere that kind of power. But yeah, anyway, this was awesome. Thank you so much, guys, for joining, because yeah, I want to do more streams like this with these kind of stories behind. So before we leave, I have a new animal camera to give you guys. There is a YouTube channel called Alvia Sanctuary. I believe quite a big YouTube channel, actually. Basically, they saved a bunch of animals in Texas, I believe, and they have 24-hour live stream cams of those animals, which looks like this. And I believe that, yeah, the stream basically goes to fund the animals that they are supporting. So what do we got at the moment? We've got horses and birds and all kinds of cool things. And a giant toad, which looks really cool. And it seems like a really good, cool community. So support them if you like. Otherwise, hope you guys have a lovely time, and we'll see you next time. So the plan is, Monday we go back to Stardew Valley as per usual, and next week we will return on Thursday to Spiritfarer and continue upon that journey. And so until then, thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Thank you so much for being here. Fare thee well. Thank you.